Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome. Welcome to our Foxhole Fridays. This is The Gamblers, our Pirates of Drinax mega campaign of awesomeness and amazingness, and it is wonderful to have all of you back. I want to say thank you. Now, right before we went live, there was a mad recap. Some lies were told, some truths were told.
I don't think
I didn't lie.
There was just that's what it was.
I think you lied. I think it's great.
Thank you.
Thank you. But it is good to see all of you here out there in the chat. Thank you for being here with us for our amazing campaign with the best players in the entire universe. And I am so pleased beyond punch to be here. And so this is episode 6 of 11 episodes. So we're about at the halfway moment. And there are some things that I will have to share with you all at this time. And that is, number one, thank you for being here. We could not be here without you, and I want to thank you so much for all of your support. And the best way, this channel is here because you are all here and you support us. And there are ways to support us even more. And the best and most number one way to support us even more is to be here. You know, either live or on Memorex, the YouTube. I understand that I have not uploaded the most recent YouTube videos of late because of my intense workload at the workplaces, but that is going to happen not this weekend, sometime soon. When? I don't know. Soon. So, leave the comments. Thank you very much. You can also tell your friends that we are live so that, they show up too. Look, the more people we have watching, the better it is. We get pop on the what's happened on the tabletop RPGs category on the Twitch, and more people will find us, and then we'll go to Hollywood and we'll win the lottery, and then also we'll become stars in a 1940s musical. We'll get a big contract with MGM. It's just like what happens. So, let people know we're here. You can also... It's every time we'll be like Betty Grable. And you can also then give tips and bits. Tips and bits goes to pay the cast. That's what that is here for. We also have a Patreon, and that Patreon is at Academic Foxhole, and you can join our Patreon. You can join for free and do nothing, or you can give us $3, whatever you like. I put out an after action report letting you know what the state of the Foxhole is. I try to do it after every season. I'm late for this one, but that's fine. Where I let you know how all the finances are. I let you know everything that's been happening, what's going on. I'm very transparent that way, and you can always just see what it is, and that's never locked, paywalled. It's open to anybody who wants to see it. We also have a very special $200 sponsorship tier, and that's there are only 4 of them, and $200 because the cast is paid $50 an episode, which is criminally underpaying them for all the emotional damage that I do to them, but that's cool. And you know how it is, but that would pay for 4 players for 1 week for 1 show. So, and there are 4 of those slots available. And if you are one of those folks, one of our sponsors, you will get a special shout out, you get a special spot in the credits, and you will get a radio ad from me to you that will be played once a month. And that is limited. And we have our long-standing, long-suffering, much-beloved sponsor, Will and TW, who has taken notes for us and who unfortunately seems to be, under 18 and is not allowed to watch my channel anymore. He's not under 18, but I don't know what's happening over there in France. Hopefully we can work it out. And let me see. And perhaps we might have The Gamblers, the musical. It is unclear. I will also say we have a merch store, and that is over at Fourth Wall. And we've got great merch. I will be, as soon as I get a little bit of time to take some time to design it out, have some new merch, which I hope we'll get here before the season ends. And you can buy the great merch. It's awesome. You can also, while we are live, donate merch to other people by making a giveaway, which you would do through the Fourth Wall page. And that, I think, is all of the... I see.
Things.
Pope wants duets. Pope has requested a musical episode. People are requesting a Gamblers musical episode. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Just throwing it out there. Okay, so and Hawkeye wants a Val.
Stealing.
What's more with stealing? Yeah.
Followed by "We don't do murder."
Yeah. So I think that's all of my preamble. So I would love for my gorgeous, intelligent, and sneaky players to introduce themselves. If we would go around, if you would say who you are playing, and if you would answer the following question. What was the worst violence that your character has ever seen? Because maybe your character's ever shared that with other people. Some people here are very, very private. And the answer might be, like, for example, like, I imagine the answer for Val might be, I've never seen any violence, because my life has only been full of joy and pleasure, and only fluffy bunnies. But,
I like that.
I think this is the question. No, let me rephrase the
No
question.
fluffy
I mean,
bunnies.
Fluffy
white
bunnies, white rabbit.
White
yes,
rabbits,
It,
yes.
it
White
all
rabbits.
comes together now.
Nice.
Suddenly.
Nicely done.
I'm actually going to change the question because I want it to be a bit more,
Okay.
a little bit different, because I would like a little bit of mystery. How old was your character when they first saw bad violence? That's the question. You don't have to say what it was. I just want to know how old they were. And why don't we start with the player whose character was an orphan? Lindy.
Hi, it's me, Laugh Love Lindy, and Tesla, who has had it with my shenanigans over the past 36 hours. um, and I will be playing Quint Vesper. I have come away from Dragon Age for this, and I have a good 4.5 hours of sleep and coffee, so I'm gonna be great tonight. How old was Quint when they first saw bad violence? Young. Pretty darn young. Let's say like 6, 5 or 6, probably.
That makes sense. There's, how you GM a game, and then these. I mean, I do when I do a long campaign like this, I do like a nice emergent, character-driven sandbox with like emergent, and like what happens is that themes emerge. And themes have emerged. Things like redacted and also redacted. And so I'm just asking questions right now because of redacted themes. It might have to do with cycles of abuse and generational trauma and genetic trauma and redemption or not. Speaking of genetic trauma, a character who might have complicated genetic trauma and also genetic memories. Yes, indeed, you knew who I was talking about. Cord. Who are you playing? And how old was your character when they first saw terrible violence?
Hi, everybody. I'm Cord, or Mythomatic. I am playing Admiral Baron Severance. He is a renegade clone of a Duke of the Imperium. He has been sheltered on Drinax. I said that weird. On Drinax for his whole life. And then he's sort of been working up the social ladder and now trying to become nobility, and which is, I guess, pretty easy if you just end up on the palace. But he now has a couple ships that he has claimed. So he's also claimed the title of Admiral. He's a piece of shit, but he's slowly changing to a beautiful little butterfly. It's a metamorphosis. That's our redacted theme for him. It's not. I'm making it up as I go. The probably, speaking of which, the violence. The first like major violent thing he saw was probably when he was. I don't know if there's a specific age. I feel like living on the surface of Drinax is pretty brutal. It's almost barbaric in some cases, which is probably why he's always. There has been a lot of like swallowing a lot of this trauma, and because of the things he has seen, but it's probably also the fire that has lit him to and inspire him to try to not be on this planet. He loves Drinax. He loves his he loves the culture, he loves the background, he loves the idea of it. But when it comes down to it, I don't know if he really likes the barbaric living situation that like he grew up enduring.
Yeah.
So and like I don't need to necessarily put to words what it is he saw, but he
Yeah.
saw some
Yeah.
pretty bad things. You can
Yeah.
probably anything that you're thinking, yeah, you're generally in the area of what he saw.
Yeah.
And
I mean, on the surface,
it's
nobody can
also
even
sort of
breathe air without being in
yeah,
you know, a suit, right? It's a
yeah.
if you
So
get a
it's
tear,
like
that's bad, right?
yeah. So like I mean like just like suffocations are such a commonplace thing for Drinax, and also like the radiation, radioactive sickness, and just watching people
Yeah.
die from that is
Yeah.
awful. If you've ever
Yeah.
seen it happen once, then I don't need to tell you how hard that is to go through, and let alone several times with almost everyone that you've probably ever
Mm.
encountered. So yeah, it's sort of like I said, fueled his um, it's sort of fueled his reason to leave the planet to
Yeah.
see other things besides what he has grown up and forced to see. Like I said,
Yeah.
though, he does love the culture. He does
Yeah.
love his hometown, his home.
Yeah.
But there are things that I think he probably, when he thinks about Drinax, he doesn't think about that stuff. When he thinks about Vespexes, he doesn't think about that stuff. It's his mind. Um, Ancestral memory and all that. But like
Yeah.
it's also his mind trying to like cover up the trauma. It's not
Yeah.
until, of course, he sees it or when something does happen where he could probably go, "Oh boy, I've got to relive this again."
Yeah.
But he always thinks about the good things of Drinax. But I think subconsciously, these traumas fueled his uh, sojourn. His no,
Yeah.
um, his own exile, like his
Yeah.
self exile from it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that's it. That's good
S-
enough.
Yeah. Speaking of self-exile, there's a character who is very,
Welcome.
very
I read the
far,
script.
probably a couple of years away from her home. I mean, technically, I think she's on assignment, but because I don't think they know that she has exiled from the space. But that character is played by Rocket Fox. Rocket Fox, who are you? Who are you playing? And how old was your character when they first saw bad violence?
Yeah, hello everyone. It's me, your friend Rocket Fox, your second favorite person. And I am playing the Harlock. And yeah, I loved when you first asked the question about what that would have been. My mind immediately went back to whenever she went into someone's brain space and flayed them alive.
Yeah.
So clearly she's never dealt with any violence. um, but yeah, I think for her, might not have been quite as young as some of the other people because it would have been very purposeful
Yeah.
whenever she started to be exposed to high levels of violence.
Mm-hmm.
But it would have also been inundating her to where she would experience like both outside and inside. One of the things about being psionic is that she would also be able to experience what's happening to other people as this is
Yeah.
happening because it's a very like close knit connected sort of situation.
Yeah.
And I imagine her training would have part of that would have been exposing her to a lot of it so that she can do what she needs to do and so that she doesn't freak out if
Oh,
somebody is having to be flayed alive for good reasons. Just,
yeah. Yeah.
uh,
I just need to say something out loud for no particular reason, and nobody here on the cast will be have any clue of why I'm saying this out loud. I just want to just make sure I get this right. So your character was raised, uh, exposed to some kind of terrible, torturous situations in order to harden them so that they could be prepared to do the things that one needs to do in order to um, get the job done.
yeah, I
So,
feel like I know where we're heading next to
huh,
that end.
Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh,
Yeah. So a character who has never experienced really hard things by someone wanting to teach them uh, difficult lessons in order to harden them so they can do the things that need to be done. Uh, uh, that character is certainly not being played by Greg. Greg, who are you? Who are you playing? And tell me, what age was your character when they first encountered bad violence?
All right, hi everybody. My name is Greg. I am a Warp Reactor over on the YouTubes. I play Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey. I mean, the earliest that Val can remember, he has experienced terrible stuff. I think that the true thing for Val is, when did he first experience life without violence? And so for Val, it would be when he got to Drinax into university. And so he
Mm,
associates that time with
mm,
the revelatory type of experience of not having that constant in his
mm,
life.
mm,
And
mm,
so that's kind of his jumping off point as a
mm,
person.
mm. Yeah,
Um, just because, change of locale, change of violence, and all that good stuff. So that was the
yeah,
first time that he didn't experience it.
yeah. That's a great answer. So, a person who, as we know, has never experienced violence because they grew up very privileged in the floating palace, and a character who has never once, and I'm sure when I ask this question, the answer will be like never, a character who has just, um, grown up privileged, safe, with a warm, loving family. Um, Lord and Lady Hill, who I think we all know are like the parents of the year. And this this player who is playing Terika, who are you? Who are you playing, and how old would you say your character was before they first encountered bad violence?
Hi, I'm Ari underscore Ventures. I'm playing Tarika. They are interesting how to describe them considering the space
Mm,
they're in right now. Um, they they have a lot going on. They just experienced the death of both parents, and found out that Val has been like abused by his dad, and Val's like their best friend in the whole world. Um, so they're going through a lot right now. Also, they found out that there was a lot of secrets happening that they were not aware of, and some lies. Um, well, omissions. Uh, I think the first time they would have seen violence would have actually been around 15 or 16, somewhere around there.
mm.
Because this is about the time where Lady Hill starts training them. And it's important to know how to instruct uh, interrogators to get the right information.
That's true. It is. You
It's
know,
very important.
it is important. Can't get the information, and who knows what happened? That'd be terrible.
Yeah, be awful, horrible, you know? You certainly
Yes.
can't throw up after those things.
No.
Very, very
You have to.
inappropriate.
Well, if you did throw up, we'd just have to make sure you saw more torture until you stopped throwing up.
Ah, yeah, that'll fix it. Sure.
Hmm. 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 And I am Trooper SJP. I am the facilitator for this crew of people who have been assigned a very important mission. This is a group of Tagonists, all of whom have a fairly traumatic youths in various ways, who all of whom in different ways have grown up on planets that are in existential crises, right? The dying Drinax, with its 70,000 people alive today, um, that has been irradiated beyond repair, at least so far. Where, fun fact, doing my further research, they have a couple of ships. Most of them do not have any jump drives. The They have like a couple of like 1D ton ships with jump drives. Not many, like just a handful. They have all of the knowledge and technology of the world of the universe, but they don't have uh, factories or people or the ability to get resources. Um, but that is what they have. They also now have the Gambler, the best ship, the only and last hope for Drinax to maybe somehow thrive and survive and become a new place. And that is what they have. And that ship has been given over to this crew of people, our Tagonists, the Gamblers, people who've gone through many, many things. And this is a hope that maybe they can take this ship and it can become a symbol of something wonderful, something positive, and that this might, well, one would hope, allow them to rebirth this planet. And if so, perhaps there are these promises of riches and titles and something special for each one of them. Well, we shall see. Uh, yes. So, our crew, after having rescued um, not only one of their crew members, Val, but also the, I wanted to say, AI computer program that is so important to him. It's just that it's not really quite clear if this is an AI computer program anymore, especially considering it has been made corporeal. This being was, well, rescued, but it's not doing well, and it probably should not be corporeal, and something needs to happen to maybe fix it. Our protagonist left the apartment where Rudolph Rucker, one of the most powerful um, landowners on the planet of Asim, which was Asim was an agricultural planet that was run by the Foundation, a very oppressive, autocratic, bureaucratic cult that ran that place and oppressed people fairly heavily, um, but was liberated 20 years ago by the planet of Drinax, so that it could go forth and well, a new life for them. And with this sort of strange AI figure that might also be Val or not, it's very unclear. They have planted evidence in the apartment of Rudolph Ruby Rucker, and also taken two of his guards, lackeys, with them, put them on the ship, and they are now. We're going to do a little bit of a rollback because there's a conversation that needs to happen. They are now in the Camlin Viper, their stealth ship, and they are about to take their leave down onto the planet of Drinax itself. And there has to be a few conversations that need to be had about calling in Lord Rax, the admiral in charge of the Star Guard, and getting him to investigate Ruby's quarters to find the planted evidence, but also perhaps sending over evidence that they themselves have gathered. So, without further ado, we're going to pull back the curtain as the crew of the Gambler, not all of them, because quite a few of them are still on the ship itself, are now in the Camlin Viper doing last minute computer video edits and perhaps a little bit of what's the word forgery. I don't know what they're going to do, but a conversation needs to happen. And so as we pull back the curtain, our crew specifically, and I think also there is another reason why some people are not here, because maybe they don't need to see the injured body of Sue, but we have Val, we have Terica, we have the Harlock, we have Severance, we have Sue, we have Quint. This crew, they are now on the Camlin Viper, the stealth dropship, ready to maybe set up somebody to take a fall, but most importantly, to try to get Sue down to the surface of this planet to maybe perhaps save it, him, her, or them, um, and answer the call of a planet that has called out. And so, with the doors shut, I turn it over to you.
I I think Tirka's probably there, like starting the process of like pulling everything together. And they, before they got on the Camlin Viper, I think they went to where they hid the dossier, and they scanned a select number of pictures from that to upload to their personal computer so that they could put this thing together as we go down. And I think they will turn to Val and they'll say, listen, I'm going to send some evidence over to Lord Rax. I recorded when I was there. I recorded and so the recording saw Sue, and I also accused Ruby of beating you. I can edit these out of the recording, but if I can leave it in here, it's going to be better. And they'll like turn, they'll show Val the pieces of the dossier that point toward the pieces of the dossier that Lady Hill had pulled together. It does not include, for example, it doesn't include the Aslan woman. It doesn't include the pictures of Tarek and Val, but it does. What they're wanting to attach is everything showing that there had been this plan to take Tareka's ship and crew, and because Val's name is on the account, like what they're trying to show is like, here they're showing him all of the evidence that they're about to send. They're like, if we don't, you could get caught up in this, and I can do some things to protect you, but it's going to be a lot harder.
Val, there's in this evidence in this dossier, which has quite a bit of stuff in it, including, I mean, it looks like Lady Hill has been stalking you for some time, for quite some time. But there's evidence in there that Terika's ship, that someone paid off a crew of Aslan to attack Terika's ship, specifically knowing the name of the ship, where it was going, with the intention not to take the crew in the ship, but to make sure that Terika escaped, and would then have to go back to the floating palace. And the thing about this evidence is that there is a bank account under Val's name that has been doing a lot of questionable things. Large amounts of money being filtered out of this account to pay for the Aslan, but also to pay for the tickets that brought in these two guys onto the floating palace. And this is an account that you have never heard about in your entire life. You do not know this account. You've not heard of this account. You did not know of its existence, but it is under your name. And there have been transactions under your name to an account you have never heard of.
Val would like get a copy of like the details of that account, like the number, where it's held, those types of things. And he would turn to Tarika. Ruby would have prepared for all of this.
I'm going to send it. The question is, do you want me to exclude the fact that he beat you? Val, I'm not running from this. I have ran every single other time in my life And I lost years with my dad, and I lost my entire crew. I lost my ship. I lost time with you, and I'm not running, Val. So the question is, do you want me to hide this or not? It will make it very clear you weren't a part of this. Then it won't just be my word saying that you weren't a part of this, but it's your call.
It's your call. Erica, I know you well enough to know when you have your mind made up. You need to know this, though. He prepares for everything. Everything.
Val, he was like a 2-bit gangster in there.
That's what he wanted you to see. I don't mean to discredit what you witnessed and what you saw, but he sees it. All of it. I've never encountered anybody like him. He knew it all. Everything I was planning, everything my mom was planning. We were so careful. And he knew it all.
Erica will take a step forward and rest a hand just like on the side of his face.
You know what he did to her when he found out.
Is that when he killed her?
I wish it were that quick. I want to tell you to be you and do what you feel is right, but it's the same thing I told my mom.
I'm gonna destroy him, Val.
That's what she said.
Terrica will just like run their finger like right along the edge of his cheek, or their thumb like right along the edge of his cheekbone. And then they'll drop their hand and take a step back and go. But I'm gonna do it. And then they're gonna sit down and they're gonna start writing up an email to Lord Rax and to Lord Rax's second in command.
Does anybody here have a broker?
That face.
Pretty sure I'm the guy. Let me take a look. I'm pretty sure I do. I don't know why I'm looking. It's almost 100%.
Because
there it is. Yep. Broker. I have it. Mm-hmm.
Because you are all in. You are all in the Cameron Viper together.
Here,
this
right.
is a drop shuttle, which means you can all hear this conversation.
Right.
If you have broker, you can look at those bank transactions. You can do some analysis on that. That is the skill for that sort of a thing.
Okay. And assume that I was here listening while I was looking for my other headphones that are absolutely not plugged into this one. Okay, I will.
Or admin and broker. Either one of those two would do it.
I think They're both the same for me. Let me see. Well, what would I be doing? Intellect or social?
Yes,
I
intellect,
don't know why it would be social. It's just me plucking
intellect or
stuff.
education, either one.
Education.
But intellect for the kind of your analysis in this
What are
moment.
my skills? Education's 11. Intellect is 12. Okay, great, perfect. Let me see which one is best. Yeah, they're both the same. Okay. I will probably do. What is the difference between broker and admin here?
So broker is about deals, like how to
Yes.
negotiate deals and arrange deals. But
So admin would
admin
be
is
probably me
about
hacking.
admin's like bureaucracy, administration, tracking inventories, manifests, records. So if you're going to do like a tracking down records and record analysis, that kind of thing, um, that would be admin. Broker would let you know if there are things like if there's sales, you can sort of know things about like the pricing of that and what that kind of tells you about trade and trade patterns.
I would probably do broker. As much as I think I wanted to do admin, I think
Mhm.
after the conversation I had with him, where he's like, "Well, like you're gonna lose out
Yeah.
on all your water and stuff," or
Yeah.
whatever he was
Yeah.
threatening food and things. I'm like, "Well,
Yes,
let's
he
take a
was.
look at your, let me take a
Food.
look at your trail, right?
Yeah.
I'll do a broker.
11.
Otherwise, I'd probably do admin, but I think
Ooh.
because of that, I think that's like,
Um,
yeah. Anyway,
11 is very nice.
thank
So
you very much.
Lady Hill has been through all of this. She has grabbed these records. She has an analysis clearly for some time. What you notice is the following. One, there are some strange patterns in this account. It would seem to you, it looks like this account, from what you can tell, was opened some time ago with a massive amount of money just sort of dropped in, just out of nowhere. This does not seem to be an account, and when I say a massive amount of money, I mean a massive amount of money. And this account doesn't seem to have the kind of patterns that you would get from like regular usage, or like if somebody is like a living person who has like a regular life where they get in and out, like you don't get the kind of things like, oh, they're regularly paying for employees or they're regularly getting income like this. That kind of the kind of regular pattern of a trading account is not there. Um, I believe you are somewhat sus in your history of the way that I feel like you've been a little bit of a criminal at some point in your past. I believe that is the case.
Well, yes, depending on who's looking. If it's the law, then yes.
Yes. So this feels to you like embezzlement. The way this sort of account looks like it's been that somebody has embezzled, and you can kind of see there was like a when you look at it, it looks like there was like small leaching of money over. I mean, we're talking. This account is. See, how old is Val? 32. So this account's probably like 30 years old, and there's been like a slow leaching of money.
Right.
Like not enough that anybody would notice. You don't know where the money was coming from, but like slow amounts of money have been leaching and sort of like pulled up into this account. Um, and then probably around the time, like right before, not that you would know this, but just timeline wise, Val's mother was murdered, a huge amount of money was just pulled into this account. No money came out at that point in time. But then as you're watching, you can see that there's clearly like a pattern of looking at the amount of money that's being sent out. It looks like this is an account that's being used for hoarding, but also for bribes. Like you would guess bribes, payoffs, that sort of thing. This is a kind of account that is clearly used to pay off people, to send off people, to influence people without, because it's under Val's name, without it getting back to whoever might be actually running this account. You also notice that some of the transactions are happening when Val is in space with you, when there's no way he could have actually authorized some of these transactions, because in jump space, you cannot authorize anything like that.
Right.
And it just takes so long to get places. But there's very definitely evidence that a large amount of money went from this account to Aslan mercenaries from the Glorious Empire in order to attack this ship that had belonged to Terrica, enslave the entire crew. Like it's right there. But also that this account then, after that moment, after that big thing went silent, there was like no activity on this account at all. Um, for quite some time until just recently when the account was activated again to bring in two people as farmers to come onto the floating palace, the people that you have convinced to leave Ruby's
Oh,
service.
yes.
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 So what you're seeing is everything that you know says that Ruby is quite wealthy and very influential, has a lot of land. This account seems odd to you in the sense that when it comes to sort of criminal activity or sort of like that kind of a thing, normally you would have, it seems too much for that in certain ways, but also it's being used, like was fairly regularly used for a while into the big thing, and then it was sort of dropped. The dropping off says to you that he didn't want anybody to track it. That, you know, you make the big thing, then you just lay low for a while so nobody can like track you. He made a mistake, it looks like, in this last moment, because that is how what the records you see look like they were captured after that most recent transaction brought it up to whoever this person was, Lady Hill, who was surveilling their attention. They were able to like, grab that information. But it looks to you like somebody's been embezzling funds from somewhere, and then a huge amount, like an inheritance perhaps, was stolen from someone. I don't know who it could be though. And that this has been there. Yeah.
Right.
But this also indicates a fairly large network on a seam. Very few of these transactions leave a seam. Most of them are stuck to a seam. But you do notice a couple of transactions that are directed outside of a seam to GDCO sort of offices and directives. You see a couple of indications of outside of a seam activity, not a whole lot. But the ones that you do notice are fairly recent and directed towards GDCO. Yeah. You are going to guess are probably other secret accounts as well, because this one seems to be fairly consistent in what it does. You're going to assume that this person also has probably other accounts for like other things they want to do.
All right. I relay all this to everyone, I guess, as it's coming up. It seems like there is some. Hold on. It looks like there is an account with some trails leading back to. That's interesting. GDCO. The network begins on a seam, it seems. It seems.
Tirika, as they're hearing that, is gonna like, you'll see them like backspace a little bit and then like add in a couple more sentences into this email, or like they're adjusting the email based on what Severance is saying. Yeah.
Backspace.
Backspace. In fact, I have the email if we want.
I have a quick question. Does anybody here,
Yes.
I'm just curious, does anybody here have the advocate skill, which deals with law?
I actually don't know.
I have jack of all trades. I don't know how advocate.
I do have advocate skill.
Do you?
Ooh, yeah.
Would you?
That's right, and I'm glad we finally got to use it.
Hell yeah.
Would you roll it for me?
I would love to. Of which of the things, characteristics?
Ooh, this would have to be
perfect.
education.
Okay.
Education, because it's about things you might have studied. Yeah.
Things I probably already know. I wonder why I would need to know about the law.
Because we're about to go to court.
That's right.
8.
Of course we are.
So 8 is a good average success.
Okay. Wow.
But no, 8 is average. But
Thank you.
This information is difficult. You need a 10.
I heard otherwise.
I was gonna ask, would he get a boon because he went to college on Drinax and studied a lot of stuff?
Normally he would, but this is about a seam law. not Drinaxian law. If this were about
Which
Drinaxian
is
law,
a subsidiary of Drinax.
yes, but they only took it 20 years ago, and this is sort of slightly older
I was gonna say, when did he
legal
go to
codes.
college?
He wouldn't have
Oh,
gotten there. But he
old
needs a
Leo.
10 if he wants to use his luck.
Okay, this is my only luck for the show. So
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fair.
yeah, right.
You're fine.
Get ready. Let's burn that
Well,
shit
there-
early.
no pressure. No pressure.
Oh, wait, no, I have 3 now. When did I level up? Okay, yeah, I used 2.
I think you always
Okay.
had 3.
I had 2 for a while. All right.
So
Well, then we have to go back and change all of the rolls I used all of my luck on. By 1. Unless I'm rolling on the wrong sheet. That would be hilarious. No, I think I'm the right person.
So
Okay, we're good.
Asim had been under a different legal system. It was run by the Foundation, which was a bureaucratic cult, I guess is the best way to put it, with really weird Byzantine laws that are no longer, half of them don't apply. Like it's a little bit, the transition from Asim under the Foundation to Asim under Drinax is long, slow, and a little bit complicated. Do you know what I mean? So like what laws still apply, what don't. I know you've studied a lot of legal things, knowing when you might get in trouble for smuggling is important.
Yes.
So
When or
you were
if.
much better if this were a question about like Drinaxian legal codes with things like that would be a little bit different. But this is hard. They had a lot of things going on there about centralization, wealth, how things worked out, inheritance. There's a lot in there, but you do recall, if there is a thing about inheritance from that married couples do not share inheritance. So if there's a married couple, let's say there's like 2 people, let's give them fake names, like, I don't know, Ruby and June, just like randomly. And let us say that if Ruby had huge amounts of money, and they had a child, that money would go to the child, but not to June. On the flip side, if June had huge amounts of money and Ruby did not have huge amounts of money, and they had a child, and June died, that money would not go to Ruby. He would not have access to it. He would not have authorization to have it. It would go to, let's say, Val, if that was the name of the child, but not to Ruby. If they did not have a child, let's say Val died for some reason. Let's say he was beaten to death. That money would still not go to Ruby. It would go to June's relatives. So without Val being alive, let's say, all of that money would go to one of her relatives and then would no longer be anywhere where he might have access to it. So hypothetically, the mom could die, and that might give him more access to his child's money. But if the child died or something bad happened to the child, well, then he wouldn't have that money anymore. And legally, you would assume that what he was doing would have been, you're going to probably guess that maybe this wasn't his money originally. And it probably technically is still not his money. It's probably technically Val's money, but it does not. But I will tell you this about this law, because you did spend the luck on it. This particular legal situation that we're talking about is fairly obscure. And I don't think a lot of people know about it. I mean, certainly people who know the law might know about it, but it's pretty obscure. You might guess that Val doesn't even know this about how the legal inheritance system works.
You hear that, Val? Get
Yeah.
know something you
This it's pretty obscure. Like you probably found it through some kind of weird situation where you knew somebody who knew somebody and they had some kind of thing going on. It's not one of those things, like if you're deep into the woods of law books, you might know it, but I think most people don't tend to even know this because it's kind of like a weird thing. So he may not even realize any of this.
All right.
How much of this do you share. That will depend on how the email changes.
I think all
Oh,
of
and
it.
just a quick piece of information, because you do have the advocate skill. I think you're the only one who does, and you know that, and you're kind of a bit specialized in Drinaxian law. I'm going to just say this without saying anything more. You know Drinaxian law, and that includes things like legal issues around crime, status, duels to the death, challenges, the different ways the legal system on Drinax works, which is a pretty weird legal system because it has like rules for nobles and also for not nobles, but everybody's a noble. Not everybody now. And there's a lot of like kind of slightly complicated rules about who has immunity for what, who can do what, who can't do what. When you can get out of a trial by having a duel instead, who you can ask to be your second, how you can have somebody stand in to be the person who fights for you in a duel to the death. There's like a
Life
lot of,
fights, things like
yeah.
that.
hmm Yeah, you are aware of those things, just putting that out there for later in case it ever comes up, which I'm sure it won't. Continue.
Yeah. Trial by combat. Quint, everything I said about you, I was lying. I was joking. I think you are an amazing person. Could you be my second? Thank you.
Do they allow peasants? Because usually dueling is a nobles thing. So if you weren't
That is correct.
a
But if we're on,
peasant
if
punk,
we're
you
on,
wouldn't be
if
able
we're on
to
the
request
golden,
a trial by
if we're on
combat.
the golden throne, or if we're on the floating city, floating palace, then we'll be fine because everyone's a noble.
Except
Well-
Ruby and me.
People, well, so Ruby's not a noble because he's from a scene, and he is not of the noble family. Val, before 5 seconds ago, was not a noble until he got married to Tarika, and
Right.
technically he's not a noble yet.
Hey.
Technically he's not a
It's
noble yet
noble in
because
waiting.
they're not technically married, but nobody knows that. Everybody thinks they're married. If they are married, then he is a noble. But according to the ways in which Drinax has got weird rules about nobility in terms of inheritance, they do a lot of consolidation of lines. So the minute Tarika and Val get married, Ruby will also be a noble.
It's a good thing the ceremony hasn't happened here
That
on
sucks.
Drinax to officiate anything.
And the minute you are a noble, you get a different legal system that applies to you.
It gives us 60 seconds of wiggle room. That's terrifying. Okay.
He has a lot of
then-
different rights
All right,
if
I'm
he
gonna
gets
just
to be a
I'm
noble.
just gonna once again scroll back up to the dueling. Sort of study that for no reason.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Is this being discussed out loud?
Yes, yeah. All of this information I've been telling everyone as we go,
And Trooper, just to recap,
including our
Sue-
little salamander pilot. I forget his name.
Yes.
I always will.
No, because he's not with you. Because he's the pilot
It's
of the
just
Elaine.
us.
Our little bwop.
Oh, the Elaine.
Your
Right.
bwop.
I forgot we had
Golan.
I forgot we had 3 ships. Perfect.
Yes. You do have 3 ships, and I would like to point out that the Elaine is a jump forward capable ship, and this is the only jump forward capable ship that Drinax has. The only one. It's
Love it.
also one of the few
And we
in the
stole it.
system. It's a big deal. Go ahead.
Well, technically, no. Isn't Tarika's name?
That's true.
This is true.
Is it stealing if it's legally yours in your name?
No, it's just repossessing.
Yeah.
We'll find out
We
when
just
Val makes a
revoted.
withdrawal of all that money.
Mhm.
Is there
Trooper.
bed money in that bank account?
Is Sue here with us?
Yes, you brought Sue because you need to take Sue with you because Sue's not doing well. But the minute you woke up, Sue went unconscious. And
Right.
and the thing is, I'm going to note that Sue's body is still corporeal. It is still a physical body, which is a little bit weird for a holographic computer program. And it doesn't seem well, but you two have not been awake at the same time for a bit.
Well, that's the placement then of Val. If at any point we need to know where Val is, he's just tending to Sue. But if he heard all of this happen,
Mhm.
he would not really look at anybody as he's just still tending to Sue. But he would sort of say over his shoulder whenever there is a quiet moment, I have to die.
Tarika will like look fucking terrified when he says that, and they will say, "No, absolutely not."
How would you like to do it?
No.
Not even like a beat goes by.
Yeah, he would immediately turn to Severance. It needs to be something public, and it needs to be for sure.
Why do you have to die?
We don't. That you don't.
Then Ruby doesn't get the money.
Ruby's not going to get the money either way.
It sounds like he's going to
Ruby
get
has the
arrested.
money.
Not for long. Not when we send this, and they'll like kind of wave their wrist computer.
We are in a circle. If I stay alive, we have to go through with the marriage. As soon as that happens, Ruby becomes a noble. Then I die anyway because Ruby will have me killed, and he gets the money, and then he gets the power.
There's enough evidence against him that if you don't get married and he's not noble, that he's committed assassination, or we're framing him for assassination of two nobles. That's going to be enough to put him under. Everything else is just icing on cake.
Plus,
And whose name's on the account?
Maybe it's on the account.
we literally have evidence
Val's.
of him beating you.
Yes, it is. It's you. Yeah, here it is.
The timelines don't match up. Zig's on the writing.
You were with me for, and Tarek will start like jabbing at like individual entries.
He keeps his gaze fixed on Severance because Severance. He would look. What happens if this goes to a Drinaxian court, Severance?
Well,
Depends.
what
It
does
depends.
happen?
It depends on whether or not this is noble versus peasant or noble versus noble.
Does Severance say that?
Yes, it depends on if it is well noble versus noble, or if it is someone lacking nobility.
So then
versus-
we just don't get married. So then that's
Then you would have to marry that other guy.
Just legally for the record, because you all know this, they've already declared that they were married, which means the court
Oh yes.
is operating under that assumption. It needs to be made official on the planet, because things that happen off world it's sure great, but it has to happen here. But that says that basically through courtesy, both Ruby and Val at this moment are going to be treated courtesy
Oh.
style as
And
nobles.
that's when we find out that the original off-world marriage certificate is invalid. Oh, what? That means nothing's actually legally official anywhere. Oh, that's so sad. Oh.
I can just-
Number one should really get their shit together, I guess, or Thebes, or whatever, whatever random planet you want it to be.
I can just say it was part of a double blind to make sure that Drinax stayed outside of the influence of the Imperial Moot.
Val just looks at Severance for a moment and then goes back to work with Sue.
You're not actually talking about dying. You're talking about framing it to look like it, right?
Of course.
Val would nod, but he's not looking.
What if we
It
just
is-
what if we just send the evidence and then if we have to we frame the death and then it's just something else to look at.
I will note that it is true what our mod says in chat, that nobody knows that Ruby is Val's dad yet, but the minute he
It's
gets
on the
arrested, he's going to
recording.
say it.
Yeah,
Right, I mean,
he will be
plus-
like, "Here's
In
the
the
papers."
inheritance laws.
Yeah.
Yeah. Plus
Yeah.
it's also on the recording itself.
Mm-hmm.
Severance
Mhm.
says if he would, because there's the whole part where he turns the other guys against Ruby, and
Yep.
we get the information about Ruby having done this
the off-world
before.
marriage just has to be invalid, and then it's
Yeah.
easy. Severance and I can fake a fake marriage certificate. It's not hard. You just actually make a bad one to begin with. You go, wait a second.
It's true.
Is this on a piece of toilet paper?
What?
How did this get here?
What do you mean that's not
the
the
crazy
seal?
way they
We
do
were
things in Thebes.
scammed. What do you mean that Elvis impersonator wasn't actually a priest or an officiant?
Or
Elvis.
What do you
Elvis.
mean?
Or
Elvis was a
that's
guy.
What
Elvis
do
is
you
a
mean
very
that's a
important.
coffee ring on
What?
like on the circle of the document, not a seal? Oh, my bad. That's wow, it never got notarized. That's a
Out of-
shame.
Out of character, Greg's going to say this. There is a reason. This is Greg speculating. I obviously don't have hidden
But
information.
who's
The
talking
troopers
now?
have on me.
If we're about to hear from Greg, who's this?
This is Greg right now.
Are
No,
you sure?
this is Greg's narrator. This is the
Okay.
voice that is prepping
Okay.
Greg to
All right.
get ready to
As
speak.
it would turn out.
Got it.
Right.
He said.
Yeah, right. He was not, in fact, Greg. So he would. Here's the thing: if he gets called forward, like Trooper said, he's going to say, "Oh no, I'm Val's dad," and Ruby has finagled things, even with Lady Hill's involvement. He has entwined Val to the point where everything looks like it, at the very least, Val was in on it, because Lady
does.
Hill flavored her investigation because she believed Val was in on it. And so everything looks like Val was complicit in this whole scheme. And so
Yeah.
while Greg kind of likes the idea of Val going to prison because he's an awful person, that's what we're looking at right now is Val's going to get wrapped up in all this, because Drinax, if anything, are flaming assholes, and I can just see them wanting to take a punch at a seam. So
Yeah, but you've also got Tarika saying that who
Noble.
who could pull
Severance
their
is
noble
noble.
rank to be able to say that, hey, this is like Val was with me the entire time. I know Val. They can vouch for character, and then we have the abuse on tape.
Correct.
this is the last thing that Greg's going to say, says Greg's narrator.
Mhm. Thank you.
Max has a very interesting statement in chat.
And those of
Complicit,
us who
yeah.
are those of us who are not in chat.
Is
Well, because we
everyone
also
sure
know
Val
that he
wasn't complicit?
Mm.
It's what we doctor up and say. That's what roles are for.
I got you. I
I've
got
already
you
used my
completely,
luck,
but
everyone. I've got one
but-
luck. Excuse me.
there are roles, and then there's Trooper. And Trooper,
also true.
just to recap a little bit of Trooper. Trooper is an excellent GM, as everyone knows.
Yes.
Trooper also treats his NP. I'm not speaking for Trooper. This is me observing Trooper over the past years.
Is this the narrator or is this Greg?
This is Greg. This is
Okay,
Greg. Right.
okay,
The
thank
narrator
you.
will come back in a little bit. Trooper likes to set up backstory and back history and back actions from his NPCs that don't circumvent roles, but make them real fucking tough. I'm thinking of City of Light and
Yeah.
Shadows. We had some real motherfuckers in that one, and they had shit planned a season before they even showed up. They had fucking shit that was in play. So you're not outthinking the dice. You're outthinking Trooper.
Yeah.
But there's
No, you
also
just-
I say
things. Why
You
would
just
we
have to
send Val
outthink
to
the
prison
NPCs.
when we could have him work in
Sure.
service of Drinax for a blank number of prison sentence years? It's like, community service. Go pirate. So there's options. I
will-
think faking Val's death would be way worse, because then. But there's rumors of a Val on your ship when you're doing all this piracy in the name of Drinax. It just
I
His
will
name
note-
is that simple.
I will note for the
Especially-
record.
Papers.
it's not that
Yeah.
simple.
I will note
Is it
for the
going to
record
be-
that peasants, there are some legal situations here that have never really come up. They don't really come up because there are no peasants on the floating palace, but peasants don't have the same amount of legal credibility or protection as nobles do. But everybody in the palace is a noble, so it doesn't really come up. But non-nobles don't have the same level of legal
Are retrials
protection.
allowed for, say, if Al was to get imprisoned and then Tarika goes, I want to marry this prisoner, and then do a retrial? Now he's tried under noble things. Oh, but Ruby's already been executed for his many, many, many crimes. Oh, that's so sad. So is that a thing? Are retrials? I know sometimes that is a case.
I did want to throw out there something that's in there in the dossier, and if it's still kept. But the foundation, which was running Drinax for a really long time, that Ruby also worked for, he was not a member of the elite, but he was like a middleman, and now he's top dog, almost. they were destroyed, of course, with the war, but they didn't die. You know, when you have like an entire government that falls, right? It's not like they just disappear. And there have been some breakaway cells of kind of loyalists to the old foundation, kind of dangerous types of people that have been around for a long time, and they don't. The existence of them has been fairly suppressed. Most people would not know about their existence unless either you were in it or you were fighting it. But Lady Hill has spent quite a bit of time trying to track down, root out, and destroy any sort of remnants of the Foundation because she was the spy master after all. And there's a lot of evidence trying to attach Val and or Ruby to the Foundation because Val was making secret meetings with somebody. So she was trying to figure out with who, and she's like, was it the Foundation? She was like trying to pull out a lot of threads. It does not seem as if Ruby and or Val have connections to this sort of enemies of Drinax Foundation from Asim, but clearly she was looking, right? Because clearly there are problems with this sort of figure, but it looks to you like she has been working all sorts of different angles trying to figure out how she could get Val. But Lady Hill, Terrica knows, is the kind of person that can just get people kidnapped and then tortured if she wants to, theoretically. And I don't, maybe Terrica would never know that. But clearly, Lady Hill wanted very good evidence against Val that would not be easily refuted, just to make sure that people would believe it in case they would be unlikely to believe it, rather than just the normal means of like grabbing people and torture them until they confess the way you want them to. So there's a lot of work in here in this dossier to try to connect Val/Ruby to any number of things, and some things pan out, some things don't. It looks less like he's still working the Foundation and more like he's taken over in the vacuum of their power. So it seems to you like he does actually have quite a lot of power on Asim and influence on Asim. In other words, all the fear that Val has about Ruby having lots of power does seem like he actually does have lots and lots and lots of power on that planet.
It's a good thing we're not on a seam then.
And we're playing where we have nobles.
Who have died.
Who have-
And just nobles.
Yep. And they have died. They have or been enslaved, right? Because one of the crew of Terrica's, I don't think this has come out yet, but one of the crew of Terrica's ship was Drinaxian, aka
Which makes him a noble. Yep.
So that makes a third
Hired Aslan to
murder
do
and
it.
or enslavement on Ruby's.
So it's not good. But
Yeah.
it does also implicate Val, and I'll just say that while you all know that he was in jump space with you all, and you could all vouch for that, he could have very easily sent those commands earlier. And it never looks like Ruby did it, always looks like Val did it.
Do we, I don't know if I see now. I don't know if I'm court or a court's narrator or am I mythematic? Who's Severance? Did we have? I guess it is in character. Do we have access to a sniper? Yes.
We do. Well,
Question?
There's the
dead
Harlock right there.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
the Harlock.
does the Harlock wield a sniper rifle? 'Cause I didn't know that if that's the case.
She has a gun. But normally if she's sniping, it's going to be a little less gun oriented and more just right into the old mind brain.
Right. Oh, I guess that still have my question. Didn't we? I mean, this is also now. This is court. Are we
Yeah.
out when we looted the stealth ship?
Yes.
Wasn't there like a box of bullshit? And wasn't one of
There
them a
was.
sniper?
I will pull up that file. I
But
think I gave it to you.
also-
But as you check, I'll pull it up.
Yeah, but also I know recently there was a sniper involved in the scene.
Yes,
With
there
but
is
I
a
don't-
sniper rifle.
Yeah,
It was
but I
on
don't know
the
about
crime
the
scene.
status of that crime scene. Who knows about it? Who has access to it?
Lord
If we have
Rax.
access to it, but he has the
Lord
sniper.
Rax does, because
As that sniper.
he was the one who was doing the investigation. He spoke to you about it,
Right,
so you
okay.
know if anybody
he
has
has
it, he
that
probably
one.
does.
Dead.
Okay, but we may have access to our own Imperial sniper rifle.
And if not, you
Potentially.
probably could get it from him. I mean,
Okay,
it's going to be evidence for a crime, but you are, after all, nobles, so
that's
there's a
weird.
lot of.
These ballistics match the same one that I was. Wait a second. Did you borrow the? Hey, you guys took the sniper.
Just
Okay.
ask.
All right.
I also say if we attempt to snipe Val in a fake death attempt, it's going to make it look less like Ruby did it.
Less likely
So-
we did it if we sniped out.
Yes,
Yes.
because
Mhm.
then there's less tying him to the sniper. Right now we've got the weapon that killed the sniper planted in his stuff. So if
Mhm.
that sniper rifle or another sniper kills Val, it's gonna be like, no, there's another. He wouldn't put the hit out because then the money would go to his wife's relatives and blah blah blah. It wouldn't look. It would look less likely like Ruby did it. So if you wanted to fake Val's death, you would have to do it without being a sniper. You'd have to
We're
make
on
it
the stealth
more
ship,
like
right?
an
The Viper
accident.
is the stealth ship. It's a
Yeah,
stealth
yeah.
dropship.
Yeah.
So we're on that right now.
Okay.
Sweet. Oh, perfect. Okay.
I'm just saying.
And you don't have a sniper rifle; you have Gauss rifles. You have 10 Gauss rifles.
Okay, I do remember that. I mean, Gauss rifles also are freaking dope. Those
They're
things
nice.
are, those things are do a lot of range, long range. I think just throw a sniper scope on it, and it will be
Yeah,
fine.
that's right. Oh, and 2
Um,
flechette
Get one of
pistols, Quint.
We can put a special scope on there,
Two
right?
Flechette pistols. I'll take
on the
I'll take
Gauss
one.
Yeah.
rifles. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure on page
Yeah.
72 there's a
Yep.
Famundoscope that can go right on
The
top of
Famundus.
it.
Yep.
Famundoscope, yep.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, and you could be like Famunda with love. Love you. So I think that is. Yeah, I mean, we could. Don't we have those Gauss rifles? Just throw a scope on one of those. Use one of those. I also am worried about ballistics and how that can be tracked. And also, oh right, that didn't lead me to the point. I've been thinking, Sue. We can utilize Sue's.
I just lost your audio.
I can still hear.
I can hear him too.
Really?
May as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't think chat can hear him because I can't. Hold on. What is that about?
It was such an amazing idea. Holy cow. Best I've never heard a better idea in my life. Like honestly,
I think
probably
the game's
probably like
solved at this
yeah.
point.
Yeah.
There's really nothing.
Thank you all. Good night. Oh no.
I just
Oh, I
reloaded.
bet he's refreshing. He's refreshing.
Yeah, I just refreshed. I just refreshed to get you all back in.
Can everybody see it? Can everybody hear it?
No, I think we're gone. I think
No,
we're
no,
invisible. I don't know.
Chat,
Are
can
we?
you see or hear?
Chat.
I can see and hear everybody except for it looks like.
We're gonna start talking. that
You
shit.
guys, we can do all the
No,
shit
no,
now. This
we
is
can
what
hear
we make
you.
our plan.
No, we can hear you. We can hear
You
all
can
of
hear
your.
all except for Bird in that.
Oh. No.
Or you get to talk the most shit.
Just
gonna
all the
refresh.
shit.
All the shit.
Oh no. Oh,
talking.
right.
Oh, okay. You should be back.
Oh man.
Now what?
Okay, welcome. Can you say anything?
Hold on. Oh yes, I got you now. We're in.
When you
Okay.
can you hear Cord?
Well, mostly.
Can you hear
I'm
Cord?
staying-
Mostly. Let's see. We had him for a
Frozen.
second, then we lost him.
Oh.
Weird.
Visual
weird.
back, but you're in now.
Lips,
No.
Chips. What are you always looking at?
Oh man. Somebody is clipping our gossip. You guys, we should do some really good gossip now. It's getting clipped. I don't know what our topic is, but we should just
Woo.
real good.
The topic is this, everybody. Now the trooper's gone. There's a circle that's been created. with Ruby that if this happens, Ruby wins. If that happens, Ruby wins. If this happens, Ruby wins. And there's a tree Trooper uses. If they pick this, I win. If they pick that, I win. If they pick this, I win. Rocket can vouch for me here, and so can Lindy. City of Light Shadow was playing a Monopoly game where everything's already bought. You just have to hope that you land on shit, and you.
This one though, it's more like sorry.
We're all back.
Where
He's
we
going
be
to-
sorry.
Wait.
Where
But
we're
the
always
question,
sorry.
How do we get to not lose him?
Yes, that's what we got to do.
Really, he's donezo. The question is,
One
how
moment.
did Val deny donezo with him?
Val
Yes.
has to die.
So
that's
I
what
am
Val's doing on
I am actually
balcony.
not. I am not convinced about that. Actually, I think that
I think that
doesn't
would
sell
more
it.
problems.
Yeah.
I honestly think that would be more problems.
because also
Illegal
you'd have to.
witness, it's what evidence we present and how we present it and laws.
Yeah, and I think no. Now he
Trooper's
is.
back.
Hey!
I'm just trying to
Welcome back.
Get my cord back. Just get my cord back. Let me see if I can get a refresh. Just because I can do it.
Trooper's been with y'all the whole time. Trooper never left.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
what?
I've been here the whole time.
Oh,
The whole time
I've been here the whole time.
Hey.
See.
I do think we can do this the legal way with the right
animal
evidence.
Puppet shows for the audience.
I really think we can do this with the right
if that's
evidence.
the case.
Okay. And because something that I think we're not considering is the fact that Terrica's Lady Hill's kid.
Mm-hmm.
And the weight that Lady Hill and Lord Hill have in Drinax.
Mm-hmm.
And
so if Terrica is willing to a
lot of emotional manipulation you can throw into the court.
Exactly. So if Terrica is willing to take that up.
I have a question. Right now I'm just doing some shenanigans. Because let me ask, what all do you want to send in this? What is your quorum about? Haha, I see you. I see you. Cord, I see you.
I'll totally advocate for what I think needs to get sent. I think I know what it is, but I could be wrong, and I'm happy to be changed.
Why don't you say
but
what
it
you
can
think
be changed.
needs to be sent?
It's already been changed. It's been changed a couple times based on this.
So here's what I would like to do, if you don't
Rissa,
mind.
Not great, Rissa. That's the answer.
Here's what I would like to do. I would like to know what goes into the packet, including the email, and then we go to break, and then I can make sure this gets fixed.
Then fix the things.
Mm-hmm.
So I would propose that what goes into the. Wait, do we need to wait until other things are fixed, or just jump?
Nope.
Okay. I think the things that go into the packet are this. I think that it is the accounts. I think it is the note from Ruby to Val saying something. I forget what it was, but something about Project Terrica. I think it is the clandestine pictures of Ruby and Val. And then I think it's the full recording, not including cut off the part of being in the gambler and then teleporting to the balcony, and then cut off after leaving the room, after Terrica leaves the room. I think with that, I think if we tee it up from the perspective of, it's not that Val was complicit in all of this, it's that he was abused into having to take part of all of this, despite the fact that Val and Terrica are close. And I think that we pin both the murders we talk about the murders of Lord Hill a little bit, and then I think the part of I think part of it too is listing out and talking about the Avasa, Terrica's ship, and all the people that were on it, because that's what a lot of this evidence points toward. And then I think the conversation where Ruby is threatening people and then ending with his henchman literally being like, oh yeah, he's done this before, is what we need to kind of seal the deal to that shows that Ruby does this, right? And it shows that Val was not complicit in this, but was abused into this.
We can't even. Val tipped us to the to some of the stuff.
Yeah, totally. That's what I think we.
Val
That's what I think we
Valentine-
send. I think that keeps Val out of the circle. And I think if Tarika does something, we'll see in the moment if they do it or not. I think if Tarika names themselves liege of House Reppenhausen, then that's what we need. But that's my 2 cents. What do you guys think?
It's good. I think we make a really bad marriage certificate that Val they're trying to. So we a second. I mean, I know we were drunk when we thought we got, but it seems it's just a post out that says congrats.
Yes, and it's 100%. It is 2 years old.
This marriage is
Yeah, we go, wait a second, and then oh, yes, you have to have a real ceremony here for everything to be about. Oh, you're not no Ruby. Oh,
What do we think about the idea of Tarika framing up the hey, this was actually a fake marriage from the perspective of I did it to avoid entangling Drinax with the Imperial Moot to keep us safe? Because I know it's a little tangly with the ambassador there. Yeah,
the ambassador, but so piracy been hired to do or pirate Imperial ships. So
I think we might want to a little bit of this. People keep dropping out, so we need to all of this.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair.
So we are going to take our 10-minute break because it is 9 o'clock, so it is our break time. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. While we're gone, please stretch, drink your beverages, and when we come back, they're going to figure out what they're going to do with this dossier, and then they're going to send it off, I guess, and then go down the stream. We'll be right back, everybody, and please drink beverages. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone. We are back, and everyone is back. We're all back, and I'm so glad that it is so. Just a little bit of poking around, and it seems good, my friends. When last we left, our crew is sitting inside the Camlin Viper, where they are secure and certain they're not going to be overheard by anyone. Deciding
Don't say it like
what
that.
I mean, at least not psionically, and they.
Why are you adding psionically in there? That's some concerning bullshit.
The sliding is gross. It makes me look so nasty. I love it. Perfect.
I'm so excited for it too. I've got my own version. So what are you all going to do? You have right now, as we speak, Ruby is in his apartment and his goons have left. He's got to figure out something's up real soon. And you don't have a lot of time before he can hide evidence, I suppose is the best way to put it.
Yep.
Hey, what?
Tarika's-
Are you saying that he was sending the email? Or we have to hide evidence?
No. He will hide evidence if you do not get to him. He is a very
Yeah.
Ruby.
Tarika's ready to send this email. I'm just checking in with the group before they do the thing Tarika's done a lot, which is just act.
I just
I
added.
am, if I'm quite honest, I've
Valid
already
knowledge
moved
of
on
this.
from the email and now thinking and planning strategically how we can kill Val.
Tarika's not on board with killing Val.
I know. I'm
Okay,
already
all
there.
right. Cool, excellent. Glad we're on the same page.
Severance is like the email. You said that like 3 weeks ago.
I thought it was
Right.
email.
I'm plotting murder right now. I don't know why we're
Yeah,
talking about anything else.
I'm murdering a friend right now.
I mean,
What are you
if
doing?
you wanted to actually murder Val, I mean, I could do it pretty quick. But if we're fake murdering it, that's a whole other story.
So then,
Yeah.
Wait, if I'm gonna die, I need to get all dressed up. Let me put on my suit, and then we'll see how you do.
I've done the math. I still don't do bad.
but also, But seriously, we could use the suit for this. but seriously,
Are there any? Is there any opposition to Terica sending this email with all the evidence?
No, well, not for me.
Cool.
Okay.
I'm gonna do
And
it.
You
so-
read the email to us.
Wait,
What I
before
could
you
do.
do, is there
Okay.
any, do I need a forgery skill check from anyone
Mm.
for this? Is there any
I-
forgery that's going on that needs to be
You
done?
also
Let me take
forgery's
a look.
admin, right?
Forgery of the marriage certificate, right?
Well, I don't know what y'all want to forger. I don't know what you're forging. Gotta let me know.
I'm not
I
good at
mean, I
looking
don't
for
think
mushrooms.
Terica's not forging the information from the dossier. They're simply
Okay.
omitting pieces of the
Okay.
information, which I didn't include in the list of like
That's reverse
Right.
forgery.
That's reverse forgery.
Yeah.
All right, then.
It's just
I
keeping
would
your
like
mouth
to
shut.
know, quite officially, at this moment, what is being sent.
Okay, here we go. Oh, hang on. Let me stop my music because we don't need to. Oh, it's playing
I'm gonna
Heart Shaped
just-
Hell, so that's fun.
Nice. Just gonna write down what's going. Remembering that this does implicate Val, at least that is Ruby has worked really hard to make that happen as insurance. Go on. And then also Lady Hill was pretty certain that Val was evil, and so she also tended to she looked in ways that don't look good for Val. Go on.
It's a good thing we're not sending that straight dossier.
All right.
Mm.
We're not sending the whole dossier. Very importantly, not the whole dossier. To Lord Rax, to Lord Rax, House of Zhang, Admiral of the Star Guard, Defender of the Kingdom of Drinax, Knight Commander of the Four Gates, Reigning High Architect of Granite. To Liege Courtney Quartz, Vice Admiral of the Star Guard, Wing Commander of the First Flight of Dragons, Head Tactician of the Royal Order of Tepishore. May the sun greet you. I bring this information to you as any good Drinaxian would, in the highest confidence and trust that you will take the appropriate measures. Earlier this evening, I went to find Dr. Valentine Morrissey because he was late to a ship meeting. There, I found the disturbing sight seen on the attached recording. That was followed by a distinctly alarming conversation with Ruby Rucker, also seen on the recording. In the interest of full disclosure, I tracked Val's signal to this balcony and, in concern for his safety, opted for a less than conventional approach to entry. My concern for his safety came from this particular file from Ruby Rucker that I found in Lady Hill's collection. This file outlines his plans for my life and shows the connections between Rucker and the horrible things he orchestrated to enact those plans. Between the conversation and the dossier, I find myself wondering what other secrets Rucker has hidden in that penthouse. To be transparent with you, as I consider all of these things, I believe that Rucker is capable of having murdered my parents. The timing seems particularly odd, as this latest piece of evidence, the accounts tying Rucker to the enslavement and or murder of my crew, seems to have come into Lady Hill's hands quite recently. For ease of reference, my crew included, and I think in this moment we see Terica pause and their hands tremble a little before they start typing again. Baron Castel Laiete Sivan, Drinaxian engineer of the Avasa, master of the Veluvian dance, creator of the hyper-Teflor conductor. Dharma Mishon, Vargar astrogator of the Avasa. The Volania Adel, Zodani medic of the Avasa. Trager Arthur, Thebian steward of the Avasa. And of course, the loss of Lord Hill's former ship transferred to me on my 22nd birthday, the Avasa. Terica will move the cursor back in that last sentence and add, the loss of Lord Hill's former Jump 2 capable ship transferred to me on my 22nd birthday, the Avasa. It may be worth noting that these accounts appear to have patterns of embezzlement, theft, and bribes. I find this particularly interesting considering Asim's laws and regulations regarding inheritance. I would not be surprised to learn that the money in this account was stolen from Val. In this dossier, you will see references to Val. I know Val to be innocent in all of these things because he was with me for much of that time, and worse yet, abused by his father in the manner you see in the recording when not by my side. I trust you to follow the proper process for investigation and willingly offer to serve as the witness needed to prove this evidence in court. Thank you for your diligence, bravery, and care. Please let me know if you need anything further. With the utmost regard, Terica. Then we see them pause. And they'll look at Val, where Val is like taking care of Sue, doing things that they have seen Val do time and time again, healing people, caring for people, all of these things. And they will backspace all the way up to, please let me know if you need anything further, and add, my resources are yours to command. With the utmost regard, Terica Elaine Lee Reppenhausen III, pilot of the Drinaxian flagship Gambler, envoy of Drinax to the Trojan Reaches and beyond, liege of the Reppenhausen line. And then before they can second guess themselves, they will click send.
That was amazing.
Thank you.
God, that was so cool.
Live edited based on everything that just happened here, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Man, if it was me, it'd be an auto success for all the work that you've done. But that's just me. I'm not Trooper.
Oh, hey, no. There are important details in that letter. But I thought that Terica was not a noble, but I see. Do you fly out?
I think we do. Yeah.
Fly out to
We've done those roles though, right?
To Drinax, yeah. Yes, you already have. Yeah.
Before we fly out, I just want to tell Wesley. I'll text him because we have the technology.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
Text Wesley. Yeah, that something urgent has come up and we need to go down to the planet side, but we will be back soon if anyone asks about where we've gone.
And he goes, oh, can I go?
Someone needs to stay back and make sure the ship is all right and understood, especially after those assassinations. I would hate for anything to any saboteurs to attack the ship while we're gone. To make Wesley feel more important, like he actually has like a job.
Okay.
It's not just stay back, stay safe. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Right, like leaving your dog at home instead of being like, oh, I wish you came with us. You actually thank them for them protecting the house.
Right.
Yes, that's exactly 100% it. Yes.
Exactly.
And he says, well, and there's a little text back as you're all like rolling up the engines, and of course you got to get permission to leave, and because the whole palace is on lockdown and nobody gets to fly out, but you all get to fly out because you're special. And he's like, I've wanted to see the surface of Drinax because I've read so much about it and seen it in Crash Jones. There's like jungles there, and there's like viridian tigers, and
I'm looking down out the window, and I'm like, there ain't jungles down there, buddy. I don't say it though. I'll just send back. I'll take pictures and video for you.
Thanks. You're the best.
I just shake my head like, I'm really not though, and I don't respond to the last one. It's just the thumbs up, like react emoji. That's it. Just like, got you, bro.
And so after some, what's the word, showing your qualifications in order to be able to leave it, it's very clear that they're not letting people leave the palace because it's on lockdown, because two very, very important nobles were just killed. Very important nobles were just killed. The head spy master and basically the head... Lord Hill's position was a little bit tricky to explain, but he did a lot of the social things that need to be happening, right? The social counselor for the palace. And you make the long flight, at least about 5 hours. By the way, it is very late in the evening. It's like 11 o'clock, and off you go down towards the surface of the planet. through the sort of strange, sickly yellow, green clouds of radiation and debris. Flying is not great. You already did your rolls. It is not easy to fly down here because it is not a good. It's not good. There's a lot of ambient radiation. The ecosystem of you know how you have like your hippies 70s stuff, like there's the whole circle of life of the ecosystem where you go from like the plants. There was a cartoon you would have seen about it, like the plants, the thing, and the oxygen in the air, and then and it makes water, it comes down, like the circle of life, right? That is not really happening right now. It is broken and painful, but you're being led to a place that Severance remembers. I believe he was 15 or 16 when he found it with his mentor. And you find yourself flying
My
down
Jedi
as
Master.
Jedi Master.
Yeah.
With Sue sort of clammy and sweaty, unconscious, not awake. Looking like Val. Morphing a little bit, the edges of Sue's body sort of shifting, the features shifting. It looks sort of like Val, then it kind of maybe looks a little bit like the Sue that you know, then it kind of back to Val. And then there's something softer about the features of Sue. They get soft for a moment. They kind of look, well, I mean, only Val's paying attention to Sue right now, I guess. Only Val notices the strangeness about the figure. You're taking care. Is that right, Val? You're taking care of Sue?
Yeah.
Trying to heal Sue?
I'm not sure if he's trying to heal Sue because I think he's starting to understand what's going on. But I mean, absolutely. If it seems that Sue is in distress, like breathing difficulties. But again,
Yes.
Val's looking upon this. Val has a tremendous amount of guilt that he is hiding right now as he looks at Sue.
Yeah.
And and the situation that he didn't understand what was to be fair, Greg didn't understand either what was going on with Sue becoming corporeal. But now that Val's kind of faced with that, there is a weird type of like survivor's guilt going on here.
Yeah.
And because he knows exactly what Sue went through.
Yep.
And so the close confines of the shuttle kind of restrict exactly what he can say without being kind of overheard. But in kind of like under the guise of tending to Sue, if he leans forward kind of like, to check vitals or things like that, he will whisper into Sue's ear any chance that he gets and can do so unobserved. He will just say, "Thank you."
I need you to make a roll.
Sure. What do you need?
I need you to make your roll. I believe you have a special skill.
I do.
Yes, I believe so. Could you please roll that for me? Please.
I'm assuming that's under powers. Is that under powers or? Is
Yes,
it under...
that should be. It should be. Yes. I don't know if you've gotten a name on it yet.
I don't.
But,
so just what do I need to roll and I'll just fake it?
Give me something that you have at base level, psionic based.
Oh, psionic based. I think any of my stuff is at base level because.
Great.
So do you want like a telepathy?
Sure. This is not telepathy. It's something else, but you can use that as
Sure.
its base as long as it's base. That's fine.
Do you want like psionic strength? I'm assuming is the characteristic.
Yes, please. With a boon. With a boon.
Oh well. I will cancel that shit and give myself a boon.
With a boon.
As Greg tries not to put on his glasses. No bonuses? Okay. Skadoosh.
An 11. Oh my. Oh my. I see.
This is where you didn't want to roll high, Greg. Oh.
So this power that you're using, this is our provisional name for it, is manifestation. That's our provisional name for it. As you are tending to Sue, who is, it's a little bit complicated what Sue is, and you're getting feelings about it, but it's still a little bit complicated. And as you're tending Sue, and Sue's features, like as you're thanking Sue, and you've got all these feelings because a lot of very intense things happened, and there was like you were talking to your mother that you also manifested, and although I don't know if you know that, you've got a lot of these things going on, and you said something out loud. You said that you made Sue to look like Ruby, so that if maybe you could have a good relationship with Sue, that you could get over some of the things that happened to you. And there's so much of Ruby in Sue. But that is not all that is in Sue. Sue has comforted you and supported you and made you feel better when your life was not going so well. Sue has been who you relied upon when you were frightened, when you needed somebody. And as you are having all of these sort of very intense survivor's guilt, you use that phrase, very interesting that you did use that one. Sue, their form sort of shifts. It doesn't flicker. When Sue is a hologram, it flickered, but Sue is corporeal, so it sort of morphs a little bit. And your hand gets warm. You can feel your hand, the heartbeat of this hand, and it starts looking viridian again and not flesh. Begins to shift. As you look and you're tending to Sue, whose breathing is shallow, the features morph a little bit, and you see Sue turning back into Ruby. But it doesn't stay. Then you see Sue shifting again, and his features soften. His hair shifts. It's as if maybe it's hard, well, who knows what it is. But then Sue begins to look like your mother. All those parts of Sue that have nurtured you, that have counseled you, that have tried to keep you safe, you have poured into Sue. You've poured that into Sue. And that is not Ruby. And it never was Ruby. And there is Sue. It's your mother. It can't hold, though. And the features, as you can feel like energy sapping out of your body, that was a lot of effort you realized that you had been doing, subconsciously perhaps. And Sue goes back to looking like you. But
Can
yeah,
in the moment where Sue looks like June, looks like his mom.
yeah,
And they're still corporeal, correct? Like they're still
yes,
tangible and
100%.
physical. With absolutely everything that he has in him, he's knowing that he's manipulating this somehow. He can
Yeah.
feel the hand. He can feel.
Yeah.
He knows like the presence, the closest
Yeah.
they get to the surface. He knows
Yes.
that he's in a weird way.
Yeah.
He's the captain of a ship without a rudder, but he has a
Yeah.
limited control over it. So
Yeah.
What he would do is with every fiber of his being, he would want Sue to become what they were before. He knows he already, Val's smart enough to realize that to fake his death, the easy way out is to make Sue do it, the corporeal Sue, and he refuses to have that happen. He doesn't say that to the others. He just will not. He will not allow that to happen. He will not allow Sue to be sacrificed. And even if it meant Sue's spirit could return as the hologram, he's not putting Sue, his mother, through that. And so with every fiber of his being, he I don't care what type of role you need from me.
You already made
he's
it.
trying to, okay. He's just trying to return Sue to that hologram version. No changes have to be made to what it was other than what it's experienced. He's not trying to make it forget. He just doesn't want it to be an option. And when his mom is tangible on the bed. He doesn't look back to see if anybody else sees it to like verify what he's seeing. He knows what he's seeing. He would literally, as he's been whispering thank you into Sue's ear, he would lean in and take one last hug from his mom. And he couldn't say a word, but he just wants her to go away so he can save her like he couldn't before.
Unfortunately, you cannot turn her from being incorporeal. You think you could. You have the power and the strength, but something is broken. Something is stuck inside of Sue at this moment. Something has been placed inside of Sue that cannot be taken out from here. There is this connection, this thread that goes down to the surface that was made but cannot be unmade up here. And you could almost do it. Could almost do it, but there is something much stronger than you that sacrificed something of themselves for this to happen, but is too weak to undo it from so far away.
If
That
that's the
said,
case, then could
you
if
can
he
make
feels
Sue
that,
look however you wish in this
then
moment
he would
of manifestation.
he would have Sue look like his mother and nothing like him, nothing like Ruby. It would be
Mhm.
June. And if that's the way that Sue will always look going forward, it's not a concern. He just, as long as she can't be a replacement for him,
Mhm.
that she can't take his place like she did
Yeah.
before, that
Yeah.
she can't suffer at Ruby's hands. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter
Yeah.
if it doesn't look like June, anybody but him,
Yeah.
anybody but Val.
As June begins to morph back into Val, into you, you use your will, your strength of will, and something inside of you sort of burns. And that shifting that starts going back to you, the corporeal body that it was, shifts back to June. And there's that thread to Drinax that you know is there. You can't break it just from here. But it doesn't look like you. She is laying there, quiet. Your arm throbs with this sort of power. You are changing reality with your mind somehow.
Can the Harlock feel this?
Yes.
The Harlock
Then,
is feeling everyone at all times.
then that's the only person that Val would look to. Because I'm assuming that probably, I'm not saying that people, I'm not speaking or taking agency from any of the other players, but I can assume that after a while in the descent, as they're going down the well, that, you know, Val is probably constant repetition. It's not something that has to be observed too much, but he would turn around and just look at the Harlock because he knows the Harlock knows what he's doing, or at least has an idea. And it's basically a look of a small child. And it's a look that says, and you could probably hear it in his mind, don't tell on me.
And I think when Val looks over, the Harlock's probably kicked back in a chair, like just leaning back, eyes closed. And when he looks over, Harlock doesn't open her eyes or anything like that, but just like very slightly nods.
I want it on the record that I'm just quietly cleaning all the guns on the ship in the corner because they probably haven't been maintenance in a bit. And Whitesy and I have seen the same serials. I mean, I don't know if there's barbarians down here or irradiated monsters, but there's probably something
A
not
lot
good
of
down here.
jungles, a lot of jungle cats.
Yeah.
So I'm just getting ready. Anyone, the guns that are on the ship, my guns, my weapons, just cleaning everything, and then I'm gonna take a little nap with the remaining time because it's been a day. That's just what's going on for me.
So without further ado, you descend, not to the Vespexer city encampment, really, but not to any one of the ruins, but towards this place that Severance knows. And at this point in time, only Severance, because Severance's mentor has died. You fly past the twisted ruins of an entire civilization, and you make your way down onto the surface, flying closer to this place that Severance remembers. It would be strange that Severance could fly you there. I mean, Severance was only 15, but Severance knows exactly where to go, somehow.
Drop out here.
And you land.
The engine. Float for a bit. Let the wind take you. Engine's on.
On.
There. Fly. There. You see it?
Yeah, right there. Okay.
Go.
Tuck flaps dropped.
Nice. Nicely done.
There is
Thanks.
a desert space. Rocks. There is emptiness. And there's a tree. A living tree.
There it is. Yeah, land
Made green poplar.
Wow.
Very small pond.
Close as you can. Closer. Yeah.
I didn't think anything was alive down here.
No one does. Now it's grown. He disappears, making his way toward the airlock. I think also adjusting some sort of rebreather or mask.
Mm-hmm. You all need to be in suits, because this is a very irradiated place.
You got it.
Mhm. Yeah.
I just broke it. Hold on, let me
You're
fix
getting
it.
radiation. You're getting radiation.
Hold on, let me
Quick.
fix it.
Oh no!
TikTok shop, am I right?
Hey.
Severance, the pull that you felt as a young person, you feel it. Tarika, your brooch gets warm and begins to beat. Val, your hand flickers a little bit. Little bits of green, very few bits of green just flicker as your hand goes back to flesh. The Harlock, you have no Terran Viridian on you. The Viridian you have upon you is from a far, far away place. It's not this place. But you have this feeling of had a child or a mother or an aunt, there's the feeling that someone who you nurtured is close by. Your Viridian doesn't glow, but there's something inside of you, something that you've held that you can feel still in your hand.
Something psionically smells familiar.
Something psionically smells familiar. Quint, you have no Drinaxian Viridian upon you. You have a small medallion. It's not from here. But if you touch it, it's ever so slightly warm.
Oh, it's always touching me. It's a necklace with the long chain, so it just gets tucked into the sports bra. It's just.
And it's not super warm. It's just, you just notice a
Warms up a
slight
little.
warmth. And Severance, your
what I heard.
glasses warm up just a little, not a lot, just a little. It's not like the brooch. And the hand itself somewhat flickers. I believe you all suit up and step out.
Well, of course, yes.
Yeah.
The surface of the planet crunches under your feet. The weather is desperately cold. At least right now, because it's so late. And there's a haze throughout the air, as if it is only you're looking through pollution. You probably cannot feel it, but it doesn't feel clean here. But over there is the tree in the pond. You have readings on your devices. The radiation level is very high. This is not a place you ever want to be without a suit. You want to be inside somewhere because this is not a healthy or safe space. It is a place of death. Except for the tree.
It's beautiful.
I think
Is it not?
Tarika goes to just like touch the tree with a hand.
As you step into this place where this tree is in this pond, because you have to walk a couple of yards, you didn't want to get too close, just to protect it. I would like to know who walks towards the tree in the pond.
I do.
I think the Harlock would be following Severance very closely.
We
The
all
minute-
do.
Aww.
The minute you get close to the tree in the pond, the radiation meters drop. It's not a very large area, but this area right here, there is no radiation at all. But it's only a couple of yards that are free. And I will tell you, it does not make any sense because everything around you is irradiated, but this one moment, this one place is without radiation.
I think the Harlock would ask Severance, "What is this place?"
It's been my secret for a long time. But it's now hope for the planet.
So it is. And Trooper, would the Harlock be able to get a sense of any larger than life beings possibly being close to this area, or
I believe that
something
is
along those
awareness. I believe it is. I think that is the psionic skill. There's detect life. I believe is the.
it feels like it would be.
I believe it is. I believe it is. Let me just. Here's my core. I believe it is detect life, which should be. Where are you, psionics? Where are you hanging
That'd
out?
be awareness versus one of the clairs.
It is one of the clairs. It is, yes, it is
It is,
clear.
okay.
It is clairvoyance, and it is. Well, you've got either tactical awareness, which is hidden foes, or it is.
I'm hoping this is not a
sense.
hidden foe.
I don't know what you're gonna do. I don't know what you're gonna do.
I think mostly just not looking for an enemy necessarily, but just checking out the life.
It's telepathy, life detection.
Mhm.
Oh, even better.
Please roll it.
That's a 7.
Great. If you would, please spend the 1 psi point for that.
Sure will.
This is distant. So you can send your mind out up to 5 kilometers to sense life. Is there any life on this place? This planet? This allows you to sense the presence of other minds, the number of minds present, the general type of minds, animal, human, so on, and their approximate location. You can tell the difference between intelligent beings and bacteria, unimportant animals in the area. Functions best with intelligent minds. Anybody who's psionic, you would not be able to detect at all. If it's somebody you know individually, you would recognize them. And as you send your mind out, you recognize, you sense life. You send your mind out. There, Severance. You know Severance's mind very well. There, Terrica. Terrica you've known longer than I think Terrica has known you. Quint. Yes. Val. Val you know as well. There is a mind in the body of Sue that never used to be there. It's a little bit hard to... The mind itself, you felt it before when you went to Sue's room, in psionic room.
I was wondering, yeah.
Yeah, it is there. It is linked to Val. You can smell Val in this mind, but it is not stable. Sometimes it feels like it's Val, sometimes it doesn't. Right? It has a set of... It is alive. It's a mind, but it flickers in and out. You send your mind out further. Nothing. There's the tree. The tree. The water. The pond has living bacteria in it. There is plant life in this pond. It's small and weak, but it's there. You send your mind out further. Nothing. Death. Emptiness. Nothing, nothing, nothing. There are animals out there, far the distance. They seem an animal that reminds you somewhat of one from your home. Not exactly. Hard. You can. It's only like a flicker, a little brief moment of a sense of something, but you get the sense that this is one of the problems with these things. If they're psionic, you can't sense them. You have, however, in your entire life trained to sense particular kinds of psionic animals. You can't always get it, but a flicker of like movement, far in the edges, about 5 kilometers away, hits you. It reminds you of home, not the same kind or type, but it's that little brief moment, because you know that sometimes when they breathe, right, in that process of moving, sometimes there's a moment where their mind comes out of a shadow, right, that psionic shadow. And it's just a brief moment. There are some living things on this planet, at least within the 5 kilometers that you send your mind out to. Probably in some way psionic, distant, moving. Yes.
And anything beneath the surface?
Nothing that is not psionically shielded at the moment. But this feels weird. There's something... When you try to detect life, you know you cannot detect shielded minds. But there is something here, under your feet. It's almost as if you can feel the ground breathing. Distant, though. but you can see in your mind's eye the thread from Sue, who does not look like the Sue you knew, towards the tree, the one that Terika's just about to put their hand on.
Okay.
Terika, you place your hand on the tree.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this is life on Drinax. Of course, Terika touches the tree.
There's a rumble. The ground shakes. You hear sound like thunder. It's like there's a small earthquake. And there, at the root of this tree, a hole has opened up, leading deep, deep into the surface. It wasn't there before, but it is now.
Terika will look back at everyone with that look on their face, like, you know, like a kid when they get their hand caught in the candy jar, or they just like knocked over the Tetris or the Jenga tower, and they're like, I didn't mean to. Like, that's the look they have on their face right now, is just the look of like,
I just click the lights on the suit on.
I'd like to I want to reach out, just like there's something there, just to give a friendly hello, a little hey there, buddy. Don't be mad.
Send thoughts.
Yeah,
Telepathy.
my favorite. A 7, also apparently my favorite.
Mm-hmm. You need a 10 for this.
Well, I will use 3 luck then.
What do you say?
I think more so than anything being said, I think it would be a series of images.
Please.
I think it would be that moment when the Harlock was in the lab and everything that happened with that
Yeah.
piece of it. And then just a very quick pace, like flash, 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 flash of various different moments, such as when saving it from being totally erased from
Mm.
maybe some
Mm-hmm.
among us that would have wanted that to happen.
Mm. Mm.
And I think to that end, though, trying to show that happen without really focusing on like those people are here right now, don't be mad at that, but mostly just like as an introduction to like, this is who I am. This is, and I and these people are coming here as not as an enemies.
Could you roll for me?
I sure could.
I would like diplomacy with a boon. Or persuade. Either one. Or persuade or diplomacy. Or diplomat, pardon me. Or I guess if you had science planetology, that would also work. So either persuade or diplomat with a boon.
Yeah,
I don't have those skills. I'm sorry.
I do. Let's go. I feel it would be a little more diplomat than persuade.
Please. I think that is fair.
Under social?
Psionic.
Psionic. And let's see. A boon. What is this? 9.
A 9. You reach out in this way. And you try to find this mind. You hope it's within 5 kilometers, this mind. As you reach out, the brooch that is embedded in Terrica's flesh, right over where their heart is, begins to glow brighter and brighter. There's a slight wind that happens, and Terrica's mouth opens.
You are welcome to come.
Erica.
And I think as soon as Severin says that, the Harlock would kind of put a hand on his shoulder, and just like slightly shake no.
No, that wasn't me. That was. Would Terrica? I mean, I feel like Terrica would know this is Drinax, right? Yeah. Then they will just simply say that wasn't me. That was. And they'll gesture toward the whole Drinax.
And at this point, the Harlock had been in psionic space, but now is just going to be speaking and kind of not ignores what Terrica just said, but doesn't acknowledge it verbally, but would then say, "Will we have safe passage?"
The wind rumbles. It's quiet. And there's a little bit of rumble in the air. And it tickles Terrica's hair. And then Terrica's mouth opens. And they say,
I cannot see you yet.
I cannot see you yet.
And I think with that, the Harlock would just start into the hole.
Yeah, Terrica's right there with you.
Harlock.
Yep, I'll go too.
I will.
He keeps walking.
You travel. It is a dark hole. Who is carrying Sue? I assume it's Val. Yeah.
Carrying like firemen carry? Farmer carriers with their pitchfork.
Across the threshold carry.
Val is carrying
Honeymoon
Sue.
carry?
Honeymoon carry.
Okay, perfect.
What is your marching order? Harlock first.
I think Terrica's right behind her. Unless somebody else wants to be right behind her.
I would probably be after Erica.
Can Val negotiate his way forward simply because with the suit on, he knows that he can take a bit of punishment, so...
I don't think Harlock would let him go in front of her, though.
No. I'm not going to fight for position or anything like that. I just...
I'll
whatever
take
Definitely go
naturally
in front of
falls.
me.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
please, you can
Yeah,
totally.
Terrica would let Val in front of them. I think they look.
Want to take a punch? Please do.
Yeah, they let Val in front of them.
As you were.
And I'll be in the back in case those weird psionic creatures decide to go, wow, look, a hole. What?
Surely there's nothing delicious in here. No.
Our
Terrica,
favorite.
I need you to know it is very strange when your vocal cords move without your control. It's like a wind chime, you know? So, like vocal cords, they resonate, right? They resonate, and that resonance makes words come out of a mouth. And what those sounds are shaped by your lips and your mouth. But imagine your vocal cords are like wind chimes. Some sort of wind comes and starts making them move and tinkle and vibrate. And you have a sense in your nerve endings of how you should move your lips and tongue in order to make this resonance that's happening shape the words that the wind wishes them to take. And that's weird, just noting it. Feels a little strange. It doesn't necessarily feel bad, right? It doesn't feel necessarily painful or malevolent or dangerous, and you can just shut your mouth. You don't have to speak, but your vocal cords resonate sort of outside of your control in those moments.
Does this feel, because Tarika's been feeding into the brooch and spending all of this time with the brooch, and then they had the whole thing with Sue on the balcony, and then the moment again on the balcony where they realize like the depth of like how big Drinax is and the hunger versus all of this, right? So does this also feel familiar, or is this
Yes.
alien?
No. I mean, it is alien. Do not get me wrong. It 100% is alien, but it does feel familiar.
Hmm.
You travel. It is so cold outside, you begin to travel through this tunnel.
Is this tunnel like loose earth?
Yes.
Or is it like a bored crystal? Like
Not here.
Okay.
This moment, it's all loose earth and rock.
Okay.
For the moment. And you travel. You walk. You walk. How long do you walk before you decide to give up?
I don't think Tarika would give up unless they feel like they've reached Drinax. Like if there's a moment where they feel like, we've reached Drinax, otherwise they're not going to stop walking.
Yeah.
At some point I would probably get tired and probably beg that we would camp or at least rest.
I think Tarika would say, okay, you can. And then they would just
Keep going.
Yeah.
He wants piggyback.
How long
If you're
are we
offering
talking here, Trooper?
piggybacks, I will piggyback. Yes.
I will piggyback Severance. As the old, I will remind everyone I'm the
your
oldest
papoose,
person
Quip.
here. So
1 hour,
In
you keep
character.
walking. 2 hours, you keep walking. 3 hours. The tunnel changes character. The rock gets harder, and you start seeing small, very small chips of a green gemstone. Little chips. And it starts feeling warmer. Keep
Tarika
walking.
probably reaches out to touch at least one or two of those as we're going.
They're warm. Which one do you touch? Which one do you touch?
I imagine there's probably one that's like like one of those big outcroppings, and then there's like a sliver of one that's right beside it, kind of like almost tucked and hidden. And I think that's the one they run their finger along the vein of.
You have a memory. There is a family. They're having a picnic. They laugh. It's gone, the memory. That was it.
Tarika's gonna just touch Viridian as many times. They're just gonna keep touching them along the way.
And as you keep walking down this tunnel, the tunnel goes from being rock with little snippets of viridian here or there to becoming a tunnel made completely of this crystal. And it is only viridian with little bits of iron. And you are soon walking down a completely passage made of gemstone, and it becomes warmer and warmer and warmer. Quite warm. Sue begins to twitch her mouth a little bit, like she's closer. Every touch of this place is a memory of someone who once lived here. Fish, person, song, winds, trees, rain. Never anything inorganic. Always something organic, always something alive. It's just a place that hasn't been here for a very long time. And then, as you get closer, you hear like a heartbeat, and you can start feeling it. And there's a moment. There is a line. A line in the ground. You cannot see it. It is not a physical line, but it is a line. The minute you step over this line, all of a sudden, this heartbeat is thrumming through your body. You have been walking for maybe 7 hours. You are within the heartbeat. It is close. It is close. You continue forward.
Yeah.
As you travel, there's a green glow everywhere around you. And you come upon... My volume is fluctuating. I see it. I'm trying to keep it steady.
It's hard to get good mic sounds when you're this far underground.
It's true.
True. Yeah.
But as you make your way further in, you come upon a huge crystal cavern. It is massive, this cavern. And it is this all made of viridian. And as you step inside this massive cavern, that has got strange angles so that all of your feet echo in odd ways. You realize you're here. Everything is viridian. The Harlock. This is what Zodani want. They want you to tell them about this place so they can come here and mine it and take all of this away.
Oh, I know.
You know. But in this place, it is alive. This place is alive. And every place is a memory, every touch. There's a crack over there. If you touch it, I need you to make a roll. I need you to make an endurance roll. Endurance. I will ask you, what skill do you think you would use to withstand something terrible.
Well, I'm not touching it, but I do
Oh,
put
it's not
Severance
touching
down
it.
from piggyback.
Oh,
Thank you.
Tarika would totally touch it. If no one else is touching it, Tarika's going to touch the crack and Drinax. What am I rolling again? Endurance?
Something
Right,
endurance based in whichever skill that you think would help you withstand
That would.
something terrible. In your
Okay,
life, if you've ever seen terrible things, torture, pain, suffering, what would you have used to withstand that?
Pilot.
All right, then.
Oh, wait, I need to do this with endurance, not intellect.
Yes, please. $11. When you reach the crack, there's a flash of imagery. It's fast. It's a lot of images all at once. You see Severance, who you now know as Marymore, just stabbing your body, it seems, in this moment. But you also know that it's also Drinax, right? Just taking a hatchet and just ripping off, hacking into your arm, pulling an arm off and laughing. Hacking another piece of your body off, laughing. You feel parts of your body being ripped off and taken from you. You feel and see somebody, it's Severance, it's Marymore, just killing things and shoving pieces of body and pain and bone with slivers just into your mouth, and all the slivers just rake through your body, just ripping you from the inside. And then Severance has vampire fangs and just drinks of your blood, and you are in such pain. And you look up into Severance's eyes, and it is Val. And you see Val killing people, ripping the flesh off their bodies and shoving it in your mouth. And his fist goes all the way into your throat, down into where your heart is. And then he pulls out your heart and eats it. And you see Val killing people. And you see Val bleeding you dry. And there's blood coming out of your body, and it's sap. It's green sap. And then you see that place on number 1, and it was Sue showing up and just sap bleeding out of Sue. And you see that this terrible thing that Marymore had done, this terrible thing that he'd done over and over and over and over for so long, for thousands of years. And you can hear Marymore's voice, though it sounds like Severance is saying, "Where is your home? Where 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 is your home?" You never saying where it is, hiding. And the exact same thing that this warlord did to you, Val has been doing to you. And then something happened. You see him with a knife trying to kill you. Then he stabs you over and over. And a part of you is dying. He laughs. And then the Harlock is there. And the Harlock picks you up and holds you as if you were a small child and rocks you. It'll be okay. You remember that she saved you twice. Wait, there's a vision. You were being tortured. You were being tortured. The harlot tried to save you, but she couldn't do it by herself the first time. And Val was there. And Val had these hands of a surgeon, the hands of a healer. And you remember Val lifting you out of a cage alongside the Harlock and saving you. And you were so full of love for both of these two beings who saved a piece of you in this moment. And you didn't understand why this other one, there was a mother and a father, the Harlock and Val, and why Val would do this to you over and over again. Didn't understand. Why? And then you go back even further. And you are so small. You are so hurt. You're so weak. And there's nothing. You can barely lift your fingers or your hand. You don't. And there is a voice. And it's Severance. He's wandering. He's feeding you. He's so close to your heart. And he walks upon your skin. And he feeds you. He's not alone. There's someone else, an older fellow. And he feeds you, both of them. It's weak because the connection is frayed. There's nothing to concentrate it. It's more like drops and crumbs, not like a full meal. It's just a small piece of food. But each one of them, and you have a sense of every single being on the planet of this surface right now, the surface of this planet, every single one of them, and they are living and they are in a small community. There are these walkers, these machine things that they walk in to keep them safe, and each one of them gives you something. You can feel yourself growing a little stronger year by year with all of these people, and you remember Severance. This one is the one who came to you with his friend. This one is the one that's been the closest to where you live. And this one is a little bit different from the others. It's very strong, has a very strong sense of taste, which I think you understand as psionic power in some way. And poured water, and it fed you when you were thirsty. And you gave a present to this one, a tree and a pond. It was very hard to do so. It took most of your energy and you had nothing left, but then he came back again. He fed you again. You feel a little stronger. Then you remember waking up in you, putting the brooch on. You feel like there's the possibility that you may eat and then breathe out, and you can see yourself breathing out air, and the air becomes the rain, becomes trees and birds and flowers. It becomes life. You breathe in life and you breathe out life. It's confusing. There's something you know. In your visions in the past, sometimes it was unclear whether or not you're looking at Marrymore or Severance. But in this moment, you know the difference between the face that harmed you for thousands of years and has been hunting you to find where you live, and the face of the small child in the same body, but this one has been your friend for all of its life. The one that saved pieces of you. And you understand that every single piece of viridian from this place is its eyes still. Not every piece, the ones that are big enough. That it still has each memory, each life in it. You see Sue. And you see the thread that connects Sue to this place. It's just, you can see it. You could just pick it up. And you see that it's confusing, this Sue, because it was once part of you, but it isn't anymore. It actually is something that you don't quite know what it is. It's different. It's confusing. It doesn't make sense. You always have a connection to your pieces, but this one you don't have a connection to, and it's odd, and it seems artificial in some way. You don't know what it means. And it is quiet. Just the thrump, thrump, thrump. This place. And each and every one of you who is not Tarika, you feel
Hey, that's me.
this place is alive, and you can feel when Tarika looks, you see Tarika's eyes and you see the eyes of something else. You are not alone in this space.
I think Tarika probably fell to the ground, like at least at the right toward the tail end when they were seeing everything before the Harlock rescued them, right? Or like caught Drinax and before they see all of that, I think they definitely collapsed. And they're probably just on the ground, like dry heaving. And then like they'll see that when they see the rest of it, they like start to regain their they stop dry heaving.
Composure.
Kind of, yeah. I don't know if they're entirely composed right now. I don't think they're very composed right now, but they're not dry heaving.
If Tarika can see when their vision clears, Val would be as close as possible, like knelt down beside them, just concern through the screen of the suit.
Tarika would scramble backwards until their back hits something that stops them.
He would advance.
How could you? How could you?
What are they talking
You
about?
can't eat death, Val. You can't do that. Who have you killed, Val? Say something.
Harlock would hold up a hand to Severance just to nod.
What did you see, Tarika?
Everything. I saw everything. From when it was raised and bombed down to the bottom to nothing, to being absolutely nothing, and then you, and they'll like catch eyes with Severance. You were there. You were there. You fed me. You fed Drinax. And that's why I gave you the tree. That's why I gave you the tree. That's why you have it.
That's why I gave you.
Erica.
That wasn't me.
No.
Val, you... They like turn back on Val. You rescued Drinax and then you just shoved death down its throat and then you just tore it back out over and over again. How could you do that?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
They will slap Val across the face if you're okay with it. Your call.
If you're okay with slapping the suit, sure.
Clang.
That's, yeah, clank. With their like...
Yeah.
Break your hand. Haha. Get out, roll
It's probably just like,
Uh,
and then it's like a holding it close.
Is there any green viridian streams in the walls around us?
It is all viridian. All of it.
Val shoots it with his surgical laser.
Roll damage.
Like it...
Yeah, I think
Terrica
also,
would try to stop it, but I don't know how they would.
Too late. That was
Just jump
fast.
in front of the way.
Yeah.
No, I think also as soon as
Oh,
as soon as he does that though, the Harlock would start at him.
But he goes first.
Oh yeah.
Please, you don't need to roll because you're in an entire cave full of viridian.
do you like how Drinax is telling us this?
Oh, sorry.
That's
about
going
that.
to affect your roll as well, just so you know.
Yes, right there. Just roll me some
Actually, if
damage. Give me some
Terrica-
laser damage.
If
I
Terrica
don't know
can
what that
jump in
is.
front of...
Roll
If Terrica
damage,
can...
Val.
If Terrica can jump in front of this, they will try to.
Oh, don't
leave it
worry.
to whatever
You'll take the
happens,
damage
so.
anyway. So
Time Greg has ever needed to roll damage his
it's
entire
okay.
campaign.
It's fine, Ari. You don't need to...
you don't need
get
to jump in the way.
damage,
You'll
it's
get
good.
damaged anyway. Let's get it. What's
Alright.
a good base laser here? Let me get a good laser up there,
Laser.
and we'll take
Just
that
laser.
down a bit. Let's go with a laser, because it's not going to be too much, because it is, after all, not like it's a
Surgical laser, not
surgical laser as opposed to like a
We
laser
got it.
gun.
a.
But
I'm gonna
isn't that
put a
10?
hole in the
So you got
door
2d6?
laser.
It's armor.
Technically,
get
that
a-
should be halved.
Yes,
I just
great.
saw that.
Thank you.
That should be 5.
Perfect.
Yeah.
5. Please, Terrica, take 5 points of damage that goes
Like
bypasses your armor. Well, you are a conduit. It should be 3. You get it halved one more time.
Oh, okay. I get 3. Oh, wait. I already had 2. I was already down 2 endurance because of earlier, right?
Yeah, because you took a shit ton of damage. last time.
Okay. Terrica's not looking great right now.
By the way,
Had 2 before.
No.
Oh,
I
you're down to 2.
had... I'm yeah, no, wait, hang on.
Okay.
I'm taking 3. Yeah, I'm down to 2 right now.
Gross.
Mhm.
All right, perfect. Out of how many?
How much endurance do you have?
Oh, Terrica
Not much.
only had like, yeah, they are not endurance. They are smart and they are trained and they are social. They are not endury.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay.
I was just like, how
All right.
little endurance.
It's still terrifying.
a wound. They're in a suit, right? So
Mhm.
the blood doesn't come out of the suit, but you can see the blood pooling underneath the suit itself.
What's the radiation like down here, by the way, in this room of Viridian?
Much less, actually. That's mostly this
Okay.
place has been able to be
Also
healed.
pretty subterranean as well.
Yes,
which is
pretty
also an
subterranean.
insulator, so.
You could take your suits off and you should be okay.
Okay, I don't trust that.
Thank you.
I hear your words, and I
I
see you.
what-
I don't
I
trust
hear
you.
what you
I
say.
see what you're doing.
I don't believe you at all. But I think I will. I think Severance does take the mask off.
Severance, you smell warm bread.
What?
Warm bread.
And a side of roasted terracotta.
But there is a little bit of like a bit of burning, right? A little bit of pain there. But
Burning scares me, but it was comforting
Yeah.
for a second.
it was comforting. But then there was people got shot. And the room shakes.
No more of that.
Also, if enough time has passed, the Harlock
Yes.
is going to react to this.
Please do. It is you may react. We're in the moment, everyone gets their reactions to that moment. We have some
Okay.
pain. Uh-huh. The Harlock, what would you like to do?
Should Greg?
So
I mean,
I think what would the immediate reaction would be how Trooper, how would it work?
Mhm.
I think in the immediate she would do an attack in his mind.
in Val's mind?
Sure would.
Okay.
To be
Even
clear,
even if
Val attacked nobody in the group. Val shot a
It's
fucking
true.
rock.
yeah, but Harlock is also very aware
That
of what
is
the rock
true.
is.
This is true.
Val is not.
That's
Val-
fine. like, and
Yeah,
my
yeah.
Yeah.
no, and that's
Val's,
fine.
Val's
but-
about to find out.
He
maybe.
sure is. But like
Yeah.
also to that end, I think like it wouldn't be like by psionic attack, it would be the equivalent of like going in there and like getting his arms behind his back and holding him
Mhm,
to where
mhm.
he can't keep doing what he's doing. So it'd be more of like a
A tackle.
Sonic
a
wrestle?
tackle, a psionic
Restraint?
a restraint. Yes, the psionic restraint
I wish I had a crate right about now.
Mhm.
is
All
what
right,
it would
line 'em
be,
up.
So.
Let's play.
I see.
Because I think also to that end, like for the Harlock, she knows exactly what this is, and she knows that Val is
Yeah.
going to get seriously hurt if he keeps doing that. Like
Mhm.
he's going to get us hurt, he's going to get himself hurt, and he's going to get the planet hurt. Like, and everyone is going to be hurt.
Yeah,
if she
yeah.
doesn't stop this.
Yeah, I will just note that the ground is now shaking. There's like
Yeah, no,
cracks.
that's
Sort
what
of like,
you
yeah.
know. What
You did notice-
that's
you did
that's what we're
notice.
trying to avoid.
Yeah,
So,
just make Val touch the crack and have those feels too. It'll be fine.
Which he definitely
yeah,
could
I think
if he wanted
initially that is her goal, is to psionically get in there and be like, yeah, you know,
to.
not today, my boy.
I think this is going to have to be telepathy.
Yeah. I as well.
If
Think
you
it will
would.
likely need to be. I sure will.
Mhm.
15.
Whoa!
Hey!
Val, I need you to roll telepathy.
Sure.
What's the breakdown on that? I can't see it.
It's almost a crit. 5 out of 6.
Oh, yeah, she was like
Yeah,
one
yeah.
off of a 6.
One off.
Yeah.
It was
Nice.
real good. Honestly, the Harlock could kill us all with her mind.
Yup.
Okay.
She could.
Oh.
So you beat Val by 10.
Sure did.
Val, do you have any luck that you'd like to?
Don't encourage that.
Shit on
No.
her?
Absolutely not. You get that out of here.
I have 6, but I won't use it because I understand.
Yeah.
So.
Aww.
Aw.
Not a
You-
sword
okay,
loser.
Unfortunately, nobody else understands what Val's doing, but cool. Let's go ahead.
I think this will be an
She's
opportunity
a
to
serial
explain.
killer,
Like she's gonna
okay? I don't think that we care.
she's gonna be in his mind. If he has something to say, she'll hear it. You know, but like
If he has an explanation, he can explain it.
he can
there.
explain
To be fair-
whilst she has him grappled.
It was his surgical laser. It wasn't a gun.
Mhm, mhm, mhm.
It's true. I have a lot of guns right now,
Cool.
but
All right.
my axe would be worse than all of them. Honestly,
Mhm,
it'd be real
mhm.
bad.
So,
Trooper, did I win?
Did
oh,
I
you did. You very much did. Um,
You always
Take
win,
that.
Fox.
PvP.
I'm going to ask you a question about this.
I'm gonna try to give you an answer.
How much would you like to damage him? How much would you like to restrain him? You have 10 points.
Well, I think initially because of how it is with the difference in psionic abilities, I think she, even if she didn't want to damage him at all, I think there would be some damage because it is what it is. Um, but I think the majority of it would go to restraint. Like she sees this happen, she's like, "Oh no, this not the place nor the time," and would just be like, right on in there and being like, "Ah,
So,
what the fuck do you think you're doing, my guy?"
1 point of damage?
We'll say two, because
2?
she is very well, and like because again, like she is very powerful, and it was a reactionary
Yeah,
thing
yeah,
more so. So if she were being more focused with it, I think
yeah.
like that doing only two speaks to her training that she's in.
Yeah.
So
Please take 2 points of endurance damage.
we'll get you
and then-
fixed up after this. It'll be
He's
great.
down.
What
No, I'm
do you
joking, he's
mean?
not.
I was like, hold on.
I was like,
Wait.
what? I thought you had more
I thought it
endurance
was
than that,
Sue
man.
was damaged, man.
One endurance.
It also bypasses armor. But
Oh, that'd
I
be
would
sad
like you.
if you were only had one endurance in life. Like,
That'd not be
is
great.
that like the equivalent of like a one pump jump? You know, like just
Oh.
like in the universe. Because
Ooh.
you only have one endurance.
Oh.
My joke is catching strays, Lindy? Jesus.
I'm just saying, if you had a maximum of one endurance, that'd be real sad.
I would like to ask the Harlock, because the way you do this sort of restraint is how you have already demonstrated that you do this sort of restraint, and also how was restrained upon you at one point in time by Marrymore. What phantasm do you create in Val's mind in order to restrain Val? What does this look like?
Given everything we've experienced, I think that it looks like himself.
Say more. I want to see it in my mind's eye.
So he does this thing, and he's in regular meat space, and immediately, like, first he would feel like his arms getting like pulled behind him, like somebody, and he would still be kind of seeing everything as it's in actual space, but then it almost is like if you're getting pulled back really suddenly, everything like goes out of focus, and then he is in a different space. It's in his mind. He can say where his mind space transpires, but he has his arms like in a restraint behind him, and he would hear a voice just like right over his shoulder saying, "What are you doing?" And actually, no, I think it wouldn't be a question. It would be more of, now's not the time. And he would feel like kind of his arms be released, and he would turn around, and then he would see himself.
He would, again, in this brain space, I'm assuming he's hurt, but obviously doesn't show that he's hurt or anything like that. So he would shake off the pretty substantial damage he just received, as much as he can in this space. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Terika's fucking possessed. What do you think I'm doing?
And so I think would pull up something to where you can see in physical space, again, even though we're in the
Yeah.
mind space, almost like a
Oh,
screen getting opened.
is it a screen? Is it a window? What is it? Because like, are you in
I
like an all blank white space? Like, what space have you built here?
yes. What space are we in?
Well, Val has been tied up before, so
Yeah.
we are in an interesting basement, and there are handcuffs and things around that I'm sure he's just kind of shaken off being
Yeah.
chained up or tied up the way that you were. So that's where he would put himself and feeling that.
Yeah.
He's not aware of where he is, but you would see it. It's
So this would open almost like it's not actually in real, even though we're not in real space. That's not, but
Yeah.
it would, as if it's like just like a rectangle that kind of just appears and opens to look into the real space. And what Val would see is that Terka is bleeding now
Mm.
after he shot the side of the wall.
Did I shoot Terika?
For all intents and purposes, yes.
And you're here to argue that she is not possessed, or they are not possessed.
I'm here to argue that whatever it is you're doing is going to get us all killed.
Release me.
And the figure just stands there staring at him.
He doesn't say anything more.
The window is open. You can see everything that is happening in this chamber.
Figure crosses arms, just stands there.
Says nothing.
We can stand
Quint,
here
what
all
is-
day.
Wait, what is your reaction to this?
I think Quint was kind of in awe of this room. Mind a little elsewhere. Like, if this is what it's like here on this very pretty much dead planet,
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what the one on Terra looks like. Like, there has to be a spot like this on Terra, and it's just going off in like a little, but also like, checking to see if there's any other exits, if there's, because I'm supposed to be security here, and I don't really know what Drinax thing is going on exactly. And then I see Val shoot a laser that, sends a thing, and then freezes, and then Terika's got a bit of blood, and so I'll go, Terika, are you all right? You're bleeding.
I don't know. Terika, seeing that Severance has taken off his mask, will like try and start getting out of their suit so that they can see what happened.
Val's not moving. Val seems to be sort of like slightly in a trance, although his eyes are aware, but it's a kind of a strange thing. And there are cracks in this chamber. Quint, recon?
Were those cracks there before?
Oh, yeah.
No.
So good at recon.
They were not.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
I hate this. I will roll my jack of all trades for you.
Mhm.
Intellect, because I'm like active.
Yes.
Okay. 7.
There are stalactites in this chamber,
Okay.
made out of very, very sharp gemstone material. Vibe you get is protective mechanism, and they're still attached for the moment.
I think there's a defense mechanism to this place. The stalactites, I reckon it's not causing any more damage to the viridian.
Terika is just gonna look at where Val isn't moving and say, "Don't lie to me."
Can you
And then they're gonna
show
like be
him
pushing the.
what you saw?
So this question, whilst in this space, is the Harlock able to, like, is she in a position well enough at all of this that she could communicate with them on the outside as well,
Absolutely.
whilst holding
You
them.
are
Okay.
you are a master of this.
Just double checking. And I think, like, what they would see from the outside is she's just staring at Val, but would hold a hand up to Tarika and just say, "Now is not the time."
And I'm gonna look at Sue to see how Sue's doing, because we came down here because of Sue. So I'm just like, that's real tense. And then I'm gonna look at wherever Sue is and see how Sue's doing.
Can I get a psionic roll from you?
Sure. Telepathy? What
Yes,
would you
please.
like?
Yes, please.
Okay.
With a boon.
I can do that for you. With a bone. I hate that.
Okay.
All right.
I
Because you're
love
looking at
that.
Sue,
I think
you
that's
get a boon.
amazing.
Oh my god.
Oh,
I got
12.
2 sixes.
Wow.
This is gonna be real bad.
Get ready.
I'm getting ready to get wrecked. Okay.
It's a boon, though, not a bane. You're fine.
Yeah, I think this is a bad scenario, which is why it's bad.
Okay.
So go on.
All right. Well, then maybe never mind.
Yeah, I think the role's great. I don't think the situation.
What is your favorite smell from home?
From home, the planet, or from
Yes.
where I consider home?
Both.
They're
Because-
the same place.
They're the same place.
Quint's favorite scent. I think it is a floral scent. I think it's one of the perfumes that
The
the
performances?
circuit uses. Yeah.
It's there. It's
the one
coming
that
off
just
of
makes
Sue.
you feel like safe. It's one
Yeah.
that's specifically cocktailed to
Yeah.
induce feelings of safety.
That smell is coming off of Sue.
Oh, that's great.
You are looking into Sue and you are seeing some things.
Oh boy. Okay.
And as you look, the necklace that you're wearing heats up,
Yeah.
but it's so weak. It's so weak.
So weak.
You see this. I mentioned a thread before, right?
Yeah.
Connecting Sue to this place, and as you look, it looks more like an umbilical cord, like it is feeding nutrients into Sue. And as you look, you know Tara so well.
I do.
You know each other so well. And you are seeing something in this moment. Something when you look at Val,
Mm-hmm.
you can see his hand is made of viridian and that it's going up his arm. You can see roots of you can almost see through his skin at this moment that roots of
Oh.
viridian are coming into his
Great.
chest cavity.
Uh-huh.
And the smell is coming from his arm. But
Mm-hmm.
it's got kind of like an artificial taste to it, both in those spaces.
Mm-hmm.
And you realize that you can see the umbilical cord trying to pull out of Sue, but it wasn't able to, it wasn't strong enough. But now that it's here, you can see that it's trying to pull out of Sue. It's still a little bit weak because it looks like you get the sense that like this being poured a lot of themselves into Sue in order to do this thing. And that all of that was being poured into Sue is kind of leaching a little bit into Val. Still.
Mm-hmm.
This is an artificial being. But it is also life.
Yep. Because Viridian is life.
No, that's not right. actually.
Mm,
This is something.
it's alive. Released viridian.
No, this is different. There's something else going on here that seems.
I'm not saying viridian as in Sue and Val's viridian. I'm saying viridian in general. No?
No, this is different. There's something going on with Val that
Mm-hmm.
seems. You can feel a sense of strange confusion. Something is weird. And it seems as if this place knows it and your relationship to Tara knows it as well. This is something. Val is somehow part the Tara that you know and part the Drinax that is here, but a third thing altogether out of it. Something is happening, and you think you can feel in a way losing Tara, right? Tara is here, but you also are kind of losing it as it feeds into Val, right? There is something that is happening where Val is, in a flash moment, you feel as if Val is his own viridian being, but not yet. It's hard to understand. You need to ask questions to understand what this means. But you're getting a sense that Val is becoming something else entirely.
Okay.
But also maybe that umbilical cord needs to be pulled.
My first two questions. Would pulling the umbilical cord kill Sue?
It doesn't feel like it.
Okay. And the second
At
question
least you don't think so.
Can I help?
Can you help what?
Pull the umbilical cord out.
You'd have to try touching it.
Sure. I'll do that.
Would you like to do that?
Why not, Trooper? I have to try to save Sue because Tara and Viridian. I gotta try. Also,
Please.
This thing I might appreciate the help with the giant stalactites overhead. I'm just, I'm gonna try to help.
Could you make like your melee axe roll, but based off of your psionic strength, please?
Oh, sure could.
I mean, you don't have to. You can use knife, whichever.
It's all blades. It's under the blade skill.
Sure.
It's all the same. Psionic strength, not my best, but hey, at least I'm proficient in melee blade. Here we go. Is this with the boons or regular?
Boon because of Tara.
Okay. I figured I'd ask before I rolled it.
11. Great. Hey, how you doing?
Hi. How am I doing, Trooper?
You cut the cord. Everybody else in the room, you see Quint sort of move towards Sue a little bit.
Like checking in? Like look a little concerned? Like this is concerning, that's concerning. I'm just a perma concerned look. Check on Sue.
And makes like a gesture with their hand. There's a weird rumble. And in a moment, a few things happen very quickly.
Oh boy.
There is a sound of static. And Sue turns pale, very pale, this sort of green, blue, pale, and Sue becomes a hologram again. And zips right into Val's arm. The cord cut. Drinax can retake itself, and Sue returns back into the arm. And in this moment, Quint, you realize these two beings are the same being. They are the same being, except that one of them is trying to become its own person,
Mm-hmm.
but it is still Val. Mostly. And in this moment of shock, Val falls down. Collapses.
What happens in mind?
Greg, I think I'm going to let you describe that as you're about ready to walk off screen.
Here's the thing,
Mm-hmm.
and Trooper knows this. If Val goes unconscious, the suit returns to the gambler. It's part of his to stay awake. If he gets hurt, it takes him back to the gambler.
Cool.
So he's going to rocket out of there
Mm-hmm.
at full blast. So I hope that doesn't hurt anybody because he's going full thrust.
Oh no.
And I will note that Sue is not awake to stop it, right? Because this was just like a bit of a.
Because I know sometimes they just switch.
Sometimes they swap. It might have been that this would have been a swap. And I think what happens is, in this moment, the swap happens, Val is out, and you see, Rocket, Val turn into June, actually, in the mind space.
I think that would be a little surprising.
Yes.
Yeah.
She looks surprised to be there for a moment, and then she looks and she says, "Where's my son?" And she's trying to find him, and then she's like, no. And then you can see her be absorbed into the suit itself as the suit's protocols take place. And the suit begins to move. And you can hear her say, wait. And the suit goes.
Am I able to jump ship as the suit's going, or?
Yes, you are. Absolutely.
Just-
Absolutely. Like you just like off. But Ruby wasn't there anymore. It was June.
Mm-hmm.
And she was looking for her son.
Oh no.
But Val made very good protocols. And the suit takes off. Back out.
I have one really bad question.
Absolutely.
Can the suit survive going through atmo, like the descent and like going in and out of atmosphere?
It's a scout suit, so you'll just have to find out, I guess.
Okay.
It's got some.
I mean, it can make a
space.
descent,
Because
right?
I know
Didn't
it can be
already
in
do that?
space and
Yeah.
it can be on planets.
Absolutely.
I just didn't know about the
Yeah.
the transition, because that can be
Yeah.
that's rough on even a lot of spaceships. So that's why.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
just. Some
just
say
like
he's
really
still
bad.
flying around
Val-
out there to this very day.
Because
Val hasn't done a
my thought was like,
planet
oh
jump
no,
yet,
we didn't
has
take
he?
the gambler down to the planet.
Oh, okay.
So
That is
that's
correct.
fine.
That is
That's
correct.
totally fine. That's cool. Thanks. I just.
But-
Whew.
Val is becoming something else.
Yeah, I think if I didn't have that going, I would try to stop the
Sure
suit,
thing.
but yeah, that's like hitting hard.
And Terrica's wounded, so
Why is our serial killer friend changing?
Bye, Greg. I know you gotta go.
Why is that happening? Bye, Greg. I love you.
Mm.
Amanda.
And there is a quietness in this place now that he's gone.
Yeah, thanks. Like Greg's gone. I could actually think.
Ow.
I think Terrica does though yell after him as the suit rockets him out.
Yeah.
Because they're angry and they're
Mm.
hurt and there's all of these different things, but they still don't want Val to go.
I feel like I should say that I did the thing, because that was
Going on.
um.
What are you all doing to one another?
What did you do to him?
Sue.
What did you do?
Sue, I was checking on Sue because we all came down here because of Sue. I would like to remind people and the call. Drinax was connected via cord to Sue, like an umbilical cord, and it didn't have the strength to remove the cord itself, so I helped. And as I did that, Sue and Val have kind of they're merging. They have the same
Not exactly the
essence.
same.
It's becoming it's a transitionary period.
Either way, it's for the best that he's not here anymore.
Do we know where he's going?
I would imagine back to the ship.
On the floating palace?
And then turning to Terika, he thought that you were possessed, which, well, in fairness, you are, to a degree, but was going to get us all killed down here in the process of it.
He lied. He lied.
About
Why?
what?
Are we here if not for... Is Sue with us still, or is Val left, right?
No, he turned back to hologram and merged with the suit.
Yeah. So he didn't die, but the shock, because a piece of him had been removed and sort of like set apart, and then having it merge back into his body was a bit of a system shock for him. And he passed out.
Reboot.
He's got to reboot. Yeah. And
So now we are here without Sue in the depths of Drinax.
and the light sort of happens with Terika again as Drinax speaks.
The strange seed has gone.
Terika,
Well,
What?
you know what you just said?
Yeah, I don't think it's not. I'm not gone when Drinax speaks. It's just,
Yord's voice.
yeah.
All right. Then you heard them.
What?
The strange seed is gone.
The strange. Yeah.
Val.
I do not know why we are still here if the seed is gone. I would show you more of Drinax, but I'm confused we are stuck in its bowels for wasting time.
Well, that depends on if you want Drinax to come back or not.
I
Whether
think
or not it's a waste of time.
Terika will like just kind of turn inward to the being that's like been there whenever they've asked, right? Because we've seen this happen for them a few times, right? When they needed to do things to help Val, they were able to move through their viridian. When they needed to have Sue help with Val, they were able to do things like, so they just go to grab their brooch and just I don't know if it's listening so much as there have been 10,000 things that have happened to Terika in the last 24 hours, if that. No, I guess we're over 24 hours now. And so it's just somebody who is hitting the point of like shock,
Yeah.
and is just turning toward what they know they can trust, which is Drinax. But also, I think they don't like. I don't know if they reach out to Severance and the Harlock so much as because they had scrambled back, right? And then they had come forward for the slap and then they got shot. So now they're down. I think they just like lie down on the ground in the Harlock and Severance's direction while just kind of holding on to their stomach and the brooch.
Well, that's going on. Terica seems pretty shaken, so I'm gonna go touch the crack in the wall because I want to know what all this is about. And I haven't touched any of the viridian yet, so we're good. This is a good time. My awe about Terra having a place like this is over. What's it like to
As
touch it?
as you do that, Terica says, "Thank you for saving me, each of you, and cousin Terra."
And
Quint doesn't say the boop.
The cousin Terra reference was to you, Quint, by the way.
Yeah, I think I hear that right before,
Yeah.
because I was like moving to touch it, and so that's what I hear as I make contact.
My glasses light up at the words
Yes.
cousin Terra.
Yes. They do. When Drinax says this, Severance, you see a flash of yourself wandering on the planet's surface.
I was actually going to cast clairvoyance.
Lovely.
Anyway.
Please do.
So,
I'm going to put, I want to under these
something-
actions because these are also simultaneous. Go ahead.
Right.
Woo!
Severance doesn't do
together.
psionics often. There was that one time he did, and it was awful, and he hasn't since. But there is a sense of psionic safety. Safety is spelled with
Yes.
a P. Here in Drinax, and with that,
Boon.
he is going to then try once again to actually tap into this dormant skill of his that he has once learned from an old love.
It's true. You roll with a boon
Yeah, right, I will.
because it's
I'll
Drinax.
do such a thing. And I'll actually roll the modifier this time. Funny, everyone. Guess what? I haven't been rolling with modifiers this entire time. So
Just as we get a
let's,
book, it asks you if you want to add a +2 or a -2, that kind of thing. +1.
Still, I mean, it's still helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Roll a 9.
Great.
I'm gonna
You're
use
doing
my
clairvoyance.
luck, which is I only have 1 left. So it's now a 10.
Okay. Oh, all right. Harlock, what are you doing in this moment? We have Quint touching the crack. We have Severance using his clairvoyance. Sort of sense at range.
I think at that point, the Harlock is going to bend down and get on the ground next to Terica, and start addressing this wound that's right there.
Do you want to do this psionically?
Yeah, we're getting toward the end of the evening. Let's do it.
This would be you taking. This would be you taking the damage from Terica into yourself.
That's the Zodani power, yes?
It is the Zidane power, yes.
Let's show it off.
Please do.
Hey.
Would I get anything on this, considering we are literally in a viridian room?
Absolutely. Yes, you
Fabulous.
would. This is 100% a boon, also because Drinax wants to help you.
Now, just a regular, is that a +1 or a +2?
Oh, no, you get to roll with a boon. So you roll 3 dice, take the best 2.
It's at the top of the sheet. You get the
Sheet.
Boon Normal Bane right under the title.
Oh,
Traveler Paragraph.
hey! So it
Just
is.
click
Thank
boon.
you. Thank you. All right,
Mhm.
here we go.
Just gotta put it back to normal when you're done.
I will
Oh.
not. That's a 12.
Oh, yeah. Yes, it is.
Nice.
And let us go in order. And then I will ask to end what Terica does. Quint, you
Hi.
place your hand in this crack. And as you do,
Yeah.
you feel there's actually blood there. Well,
Oh.
sap, I guess, right?
You.
Um,
I mean, I say you, Quint's just like, it's fascinating.
and there is strange. It's like you're getting these kind of memories,
Mm-hmm.
but it's you who's touching them, so you don't get the same memories.
Oh. That's cool.
Yes, there's a lot of memories here. You don't get those. You get this other memory. It's quite strange,
Why?
really.
I'm making my notes out.
You see a table. And at this table, there are. It's hard to count the number. You think it might be 7 people. One of them looks like Tara, the sort of Rudolph Valentino figure.
Okay.
One of them looks. At the moment, it sort of looks like Terica, you guess. There's one that looks like the Harlock. There's one. It's translating for you. Do you know what I mean? Like it's translating.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
To
Makes
make
sense. That's what I figured.
Yeah, understandable for you. You don't recognize all of the people there, but there are clearly about 7 people sitting at a table. They are laughing. They're smiling. They're at a table on a platform that just out. All you see is stars. There's no walls. And they stand up. They hug each other. They smile. They seem excited as if they're going to go on a great journey. And then, one by one, they each fly off into the stars, going different ways. And you watch disembodied, not present. And then one of them turns and looks right at you, actually. But you're not there, but looks at you anyway. And it's Rudolph Valentino and makes the gesture to follow. And your hand is taken. And Terica is there too, actually. And both Rudolph Valentino and Terica fly off into the stars. And you are sort of like just holding on, like in an embrace with Rudolph Valentino as they go off. And as they go
I'm
off.
imagining like the ghost of Christmas past, or
Yes.
from the Muppet Christmas Carol with Scrooge,
Yes.
and we just fly off. Cool. That's all. I just
And
wanted you to know my mental picture there.
as you fly through, everything is stardust. And fires in the sky that seem like stars, and everything seems so fresh and new and empty, but not empty in a way that seems scary, but empty in a way that seems like
Full of possibility.
full of possibilities. Full of possibilities. Something like anything could happen, right? Like it could be anything.
I'm so excited.
And as you fly off, there's this excitement. You're both flying off, and you get this sense that if you leave Terica, your memory will drop. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And you're both flying, and you're looking, and there are all of these stars and planets, all empty. No life anywhere. Possibilities, perhaps. And you see Terica fly off, and there's like a little flash, and there's something that makes sense to you now, like an asteroid, like a meteor made of viridian, a fairly large meteor made of viridian, and you see this large viridian meteor, which might also be Terraca, shoot off and embed itself in a planet that you know is actually here. And you continue on your way, your journey to find a place to stay. You say goodbye to Terraca, or Terra does, and it's exciting. Oh, it's so exciting. As you head off into space, and there's this last echo before it goes away. It's a bit of it's a thing. And the words come out of Terraca's mouth. It's as if you can hear Terraca and, well, Drinax and Terra speaking to each other as they're passing. And as they begin to split, Terraca or Drinax says to you, I'm typing it out. Give me a moment. Okay.
You're muted. You're muted. Please speak up.
Oh
I
no!
can't hear
Oh
you.
no! Oh no! Go find a new home, and then send your seeds across the universe.
Aw, so nice.
And you have a sense as the memory fades. It's just the sort of, what you're getting is the memories of Drinax and Terra before they left each other. And you have a sense it was a very long time ago. And as you're floating away out of this space, you have this memory of, like, you can see yourself, but it's actually Terra reaching into their heart and pulling out a chunk of themselves. It hurts to do so. It's painful. It leaves you weaker, but you have in your hand a heart of sorts. And then it's like the silks. You toss this thing out before you. And as this thing that you toss off, this viridian heart, leaves your orbit, you see that it is another meteor, but this one born of you. And it goes off into space. And you know in this moment how Viridian gives birth. It sends pieces of itself out into space as a meteor. And you can imagine this meteor going through, and just as Drinax did, hoping to find a place to land where there may be enough life for it to grow. And you see, and this seems not like a memory of Terra, but a memory of Drinax, of what it imagines of the process. And you see yourself flying through space, and you crash deep into a planet, and you make a crater. And as you lay there, deep and dormant, you sleep. And soon you breathe out air, and the air travels through the ground. And you see, and as this is happening, Severance, you see this. The Harlock, you see this. Terraca, you see this. You see the air drifting off to the surface of a planet, and where the air drifts off, it is just strong enough to make grass, bacteria, little bits of life, little bits of water, and as it breathes out, those little bits of water get bigger. And then you can see the water fall and drip down into the surface, and it drips into, at this moment, it kind of looks like Quint, I guess, for you all. And Quint drinks the water and laughs and breathes out, and the breath goes up it's still very small. And then you see Terraca on the surface of the planet, and you think you're back on Drinax, but this is like a Terraca that's from billions of years ago, and picks up a small piece of viridian that they find on the surface of the planet, and they show it to everyone. And then there's like a couple of people, not many, and then they put it on their heart. And you see people talking to Terraca, and Terraca takes their words, puts it into the stone, and then pours it like a vase into the planet. And then the planet takes the water, and the water becomes larger and larger. And then Quint pushes it back out, and you see slowly more people showing up, and you see more trees and more life. The planet gets bigger and it gets bigger, and then you can see yourself getting bigger and larger, and you start growing into this entire planet. And as all the people, you see them, and it's like they're dreaming, and they're dreaming of this viridian, and you can see yourself giving presents to various people. And each of these presents is a piece of viridian, and they each wear it over their heart or on a Terraca. You see it as a piece of viridian over your heart. Quint, you see you are both the planet and also one of the people on the planet, because it's a little bit strange, right? And the gift that you see is this green poplar mask with a shard of viridian, and you see yourself putting it on, and all the dreams of the people come to you, and then you feed the planet. And the Harlock, you pick up this gift, and it is this hilt of a psionic sword, and in the hilt there's this piece of viridian, and you wield it. You seem again ancient in this way, and the people are dreaming of you, and all the dreams they have come into you, into this hilt, and then you pour all of those dreams into the planet itself. And Severance, you lean down and you pick up a gift, and the gift that you pick up is the Gambler. But the Gambler is repaired, and the hull has viridian embedded along its top sail and bottom sail. And you see yourself flying in this ship, and you see the dreams of all of the people, and they're thinking of you. And they think, and all those dreams come through this ship into you, and you pour into the planet the dreams of the people. And the planet grows, and it gets larger, and it heals, and it seems to be warm, and you can just see life growing again, bit by bit, as each one of you pours the dreams of those who are thinking specifically of you. And then in this vision, you grow old, and you're about to die, and you know that all these things that you have, if you die, they will die with you. But Quint, you smile because you know it's okay, and you take the mask off, and you hand it to yourself, a younger version of yourself. And that younger version of you takes on the mask, and all the dreams continue. And Terraca, you take off the brooch as you're about to die in your old age, and you hand it to another Terraca. The same image and symbol and idea, and all the dreams keep flowing. And the Harlock, it's your aunt that you hand it to, who hands it to you. And Severance, you didn't have anyone before, but you feel as if it's the chambers that you have on the ship. And you see this ship, how it was so long ago. People dreamed of it, and now that you are commanding it, people dream of you. And you can pass this along from admiral to admiral, all of the dreams of the people. And then each time you pour, there are more people and more people. And you see not just Drinax growing. You see when there are enough people holding these artifacts, enough dreams, You can see Drinax, who is at this moment each one of you in your own way, breathing out with a huge breath that makes it weak, but that breath goes out and it hits a seam, and a seam grows. And it hits Porn, and Porn grows, and it hits Marduk, and Marduk grows. And the reaches were what they once were. What they are not now, but what they could be again after time. And love. And hope. But there's danger. Because you see Severance, but it's not Severance, you know it's not, it's Marymore, and he is breathing death. And you can see some noble or some pope or some leader who is not kind, who is harsh, and they bomb planets and they kill people. And as they do, you can see that they're only pouring acid and toxic waste into the planet, and then the planet begins to wither. And you see in this moment the destruction of the Sindalian Empire as all of those who channeled the dreams of people killed those people, and then killed every single planet in this system. And as it happened, you saw Drinax shrink and bleed and fall, no longer able to reach out as all those people that they died. And it was just alone, small, bleeding, reaching out for Terra, but Terra was too far away. Until Severance came and began to feed it again. Living on the surface. And Severance, with your clairvoyance, you see something. And it is a gift. It's over there in the corner, in the edge of this chamber. If you go there, to that place, you will see some long, thin, they're actually not that thin, to be honest, but they are long veins of viridian that have been given up freely to be given to you. Long enough, perhaps, to build into a ship and have it matter. Your clairvoyance has brought you to a sacrifice of the planet for that person who brought it back to life in its own way. And the Harlock, you see something beautiful, and it's your aunt. Your aunt has died, but her spirit, her psionic energy, I think that you would understand it as with your training, is able to actually go through the hilt that you have and be absorbed back into the home planet. The being, you have a sense of this being that you are from. And you have been able to channel your aunt's very psionic essence back into your home. And you know that your aunt will be born again because the cycle is healthy at your home. And it is in that moment that you realize that the cycle is not healthy here, and all of those who've died here are lost. And Terica, you pick up this thread, and you just see everyone from here not just from here, but around here, who has died. There's no one to channel their spirits back into this place. And with no one to channel their spirits blow away like sand. Because there is no one to carry their spirits back into the being in the way that you just saw the Harlock do it. And so the being withers and the spirits fade, lost forever.
Does this mean Terrica sees Lord Hill disappear again?
Yes.
Okay.
But
I think
also
they just
Lady
start
Hill.
crying.
Both. And the members of your crew. Any person that any of you know that is from the reaches within the realm of the former influence of this being, you see their spirits fade to dust, their psionic potential lost and dissipated.
I have zero remorse over Chaz. Good riddance.
You didn't care about Chaz.
I think Terrica's freely just bawling on the floor at this point.
The vessels were broken. There is nothing to carry them. The Harlock, the Zidani don't understand this. They understand that viridian is a powerful psionic reactive material, but they don't understand that it's alive. They don't understand what it does, who it is. And they are searching for a source that they can mine. Marrymore is searching for a source that he can mine. There are people out there that understand part of what this is, and they are looking to strip mine these beings, not understanding what it is. And you kind of get a sense of a blue whale with people hacking it up for its parts and pieces. But it stays alive the entire time. And you understand what your family and those, whoever it is that carries the symbols, what they have done unknowingly. You understand the dangers of having people who have hard thoughts or dark thoughts, or who only channel hard feelings. And you see something. You see that the dreams that cannot really coalesce by themselves, they need to be channeled through. Someone must carry them into the planet. But you also see that they are a filter, that they make sure that the rotten berries are not poured into the planet, that only healthy ones are. And you understand the responsibility. Quint, you understand what you have done, that you have helped Terra live. And not just Terra, but everybody on Terra. And not just everybody on Terra, but everybody in the entire area around Terra.
I think that makes Quint have a few tears streaming. They're just covering their mouths to try to keep it in, but it's leaking out.
But it's more than that for you, Quint. It's something else.
Yeah.
Terra, the planet, is not where you're from. You're on home because you're in exile. All of those Soleimani are exiles.
Mm-hmm.
And you realize in this moment that it is you feeding Terra. And so Terra is never forgotten. The Soleimani in exile. Terra loves you. And Terra will always be Soleimani because of what you have done.
Oh yeah, Quint's gonna ugly cry a little bit, but also Quint doesn't help a lot of people, and so knowing that Quint has done some good, some help,
A
even
lot.
unknowingly.
A
Yeah,
lot of good. And
that hits pretty hard.
you see Emerald. Her spirit was returned back to Terra to be reborn because there was just enough of you left in the mask to carry it through. You weren't holding the mask at the time, but you had put so much of yourself into it. There was just enough to bring her home to be reborn.
With what psionic energy that Quint has left for today, or at least for right now, while I'm in contact, while I'm,
Yeah.
you know, as a thank you for seeing this, and Quint understands this takes energy. It's like talking, it's communication. I'm gonna pour my psionic energy into Drinax as a thank you, and if you'll allow me, 1 point of endurance as well, which would bring it up to 5. That's all I got.
You make that sacrifice of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a question. How could the energy go and re-heal Emerald when it's so far away? And you see the mask on the mantelpiece in an office. The mask is here on this planet. And you can see in a moment Drinax giving of itself through that mask out. And there's another being somewhere else and another one. And there was a chain that was enabled this to happen at cost to Drinax. And it had something to do with you. And in your mind, you see these strange beings, the wings, the ones who found you and who awoken
Oh,
psionics in your mind.
the droin.
The droin. You realize now you are marked in some way that these planets can see.
Oh,
And when
boy.
you needed help, Drinax reached out for its cousin to help you because you have given so much love over so long that it couldn't help but return the favor and do something for you. Each of you here feels an immense amount of love from Quint, an immense amount of bravery and duty, and a depth of feeling from the Harlock that you never see on the surface. And from Severance, you feel this unique individual who is not tied to Marymore at all. Someone who is the child of Drinax and not of whatever that was. That Drinax has claimed Severance for her own. And Terrica. From Terrica, you feel loss, insecurity, fear. But then it melts a bit. You feel a powerful sense of immensity, as if Terrica is growing beyond their body to something bigger. And then it's Val. you realize something about Val in this moment. That Val has swallowed a seed of Drinax. And Val is slowly turning into a meteor. That, when shot through space and embedded into a planet, might become its own being with time and centuries. But he's turning into an artificially created seed that might go and start its own planet. And it's forgetting its past. It's forgetting who it was. It's forgetting that it was Drinax. It's forgetting that it was Terra. It's becoming a new being completely. But that will kill Val in the process. And then it is quiet.
Besides all the ugly crying.
Oh yeah, because
there's a lot of ugly crying right now.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Tarika, especially at seeing that after the conversation that they and Val had a few months ago, is definitely ugly crying. Because now they know there is no, like, how can they possibly? Before they thought they could stop it. But I don't think
You
they
might
think
be able
that.
to. It's possible.
Choppy, 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 choppy.
It only
Trade-
grows when it's fed. Viridian only grows when it's fed.
Or when it's attached.
Or
And
when
fed.
it's attached and fed.
You just
It shouldn't grow
detach.
this way. It shouldn't grow this way. This is not how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to grow and be given of itself, to be lost into space, to be embedded in a being that has a body far too small. Human body is far too small to contain something like that. It will burst out of its body at some point in time. Can't live like that. Erica. Drinax speaks to you out loud through your mouth.
Oh, right. There's still like.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is. And so Drinax speaks through you.
Yeah. I don't think it came through.
Return.
Thank you for returning me.
Returning me.
Please release me.
Release me. And the brooch gets hot. You can hear a small cry on the inside.
I think Tarika, after they pull the brooch with its long spines out of their chest, they just lie there with their face pressed against the viridian floor and the brooch clasped in their hand, and then they lay the brooch on the ground.
How much endurance do you have left?
2. I think.
Great.
Would that kill some endurance? Because they
It would.
definitely, whatever they need to do to pull it out.
Yes.
Is it all the endurance?
It is.
And then they pass. Wait, do I pass
Harlock
out now? Okay.
Harlock
It'd be
is still
2 steps
gonna.
to pass out, right?
Oh, actually, no, because how much were you down in your endurance? 5? Harlock, would you like to spend 5 psionic points to heal Terika so that so they're back up to full before this happens?
Sure will.
Thank
And
you.
because
Yay.
that's what you did. I'm
And
gonna roll a
correct me if
d6.
I'm wrong, but
Mhm.
do I need to roll Zadani power for that?
You already did, but I
Okay, that was a
would
12,
appreciate
yeah.
if you roll it one more time.
Sure will. Would this still be with a boon since we're in
Yes,
a
it would.
magical space?
Yes, it would.
That is an 8.
The Harlock, you see, actually, everybody here sees Terika. You see them rip this brooch off of their body with these spines deep into their chest.
And I'm just sitting here thinking, my mask never did that. Something's wrong with this Drinaxian viridian.
The Drinaxian type is very spicy.
That's what it seems like.
Well,
And-
Terika wasn't great to it.
Terika was doing a little bit of feeding it blood, feeding it death. Rips it out. It falls. This would be the 3rd time you've done this, the Harlock, and you rolled well enough. You may midwife the small seed back to its home with that Zodani power check.
Sure will.
Describe how you take the small seed that was too big for this brooch and you bring it back home.
So it falls out, and I feel like the spines are probably doing like a moving around, looking, searching,
Yep.
if you will.
Yep. Yep.
And this is after, I imagine, the Harlock has taken
Mm-hmm.
the wound.
Yes. Yes.
So I imagine I also will need to take that off my endurance.
Nope.
Well, correct?
You are
Nope.
good enough that is just your sonic power that you have to take it off of.
Hey. All right. And that was 5, you say?
Yep, that is 5.
Um,
I mean, if you had no more sonic power, then it would start becoming wounds, but you can heal people this way.
Sure can. So Tirka, I believe, would notice that the blood's still there. I'm not a laundress, but the wound itself is just gone. Like, and I think among all the experiences that everyone was having, wouldn't have paid much attention to its healing, but
Yeah.
it's gone now. And I'm down low enough that there might be just like a slight trickle of
Yeah.
blood, like somewhere, maybe from an eye, maybe from a nose or something, but
Yeah.
just slight, you know. So the brooch then is on the ground doing its leggy business, and the Harlock doesn't touch it, but kind of like rolls a hand over as if like smoothing something on top of it. And I imagine the brooch kind of like in a weird, almost like stop motion kind of thing, like kind of turns over and starts burrowing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost reminiscent of that the last time when we had a storm kind of situation, but this time
Yeah.
she's not fighting anyone.
Yeah.
So it is much more peaceful. And there's like this kind of warmth that happens, and like almost as if being underwater, like
Yeah.
everything's like slowly kind of doing one of these things.
Yeah.
She has her hands over it as it's like digging down. And she does, I'm going to do a thing that I can do just because I can do it. But like, as you look at her, her eyes do like the thing, you know, and
Yeah.
she's
Mhm.
pushing it down. And eventually there's nothing left there. But the water-like sensation kind of slowly dissipates, and there's a thickness kind of leaves the air that was there before.
And with that, the Harlock is calling for you. You can feel that it has returned home. And then You see it as it does. There's a rumble, and that brooch is pushed back up to the surface. No more spines. Hued as it was. It is still alive, but it is the seed is no longer there that cannot be sustained. But this is the viridian.
I was gonna ask if we got party favors. Be like, hey, help feed me.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I think if it comes back up right at that spot, the Harlock would kind of pick it up
Yeah.
and then just pass it over to Terrica.
I think Terrica is definitely still lying on the ground. And they'll just like look over at the Harlock. Sorry, my earbuds are trying to die on me. And they'll just very quietly say that actually they'll grab the Harlock's hand where the brooch is, and they'll just look at her and they'll say, "Thank you. Thank you for saving me, Drinax. Thank you for saving Drinax."
You know you don't have to thank me for that. And before it can become more of an intense moment, Harlock just like stands up. Like, yeah, just she just doesn't do a lot of moment, but would kind of stand up and then look to the entrance of the room also, because I think there is a lot of like, as soon as something is done, her mind is okay. What needs to happen next? What needs to and knowing that Val just got suit boosted away, it starts to like kind of plot out like, all right, where do we need to go? All of this.
Do you take the viridian that was gifted to Severance with you?
Yes. Presumably he's within game, he's still there,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah. But it's
yes,
just kind of heavy.
I'll help.
Well, yeah, we saw that because we all saw the gambler vision, right? Terrica's absolutely helping putting Viridian into the gambler. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And now that they're not wounded,
gift, like
Oh wait, how much endurance did I lose? Because I got healed for 5. How much did I lose?
3.
Was it 2? 3.
3.
Okay.
I rolled it.
Thank you.
So with that, our crew walking back out through these tunnels, carrying a fairly hefty chunk of viridian with you.
Yep.
Party favor.
Had to make their way out of this place.
We're carrying it. Severance
My
is
arm's
still
strength 16, so I'm pretty
on Quint's back.
Pretty good. Yeah.
Terrica probably pinned the brooch back on. I can't right now because I've done all sorts of things to this prop, but
and they're just little like wind chime memories from across the reaches as you walk your way out, and it gets cooler and cooler, and those suits should probably come back on. That's our end.
Woo! I have 4 minutes till I have to bounce. I'm so sorry.
Go first.
You first. Let's have our outros. Who are you? Where can we find you? And then give some love. And we're gonna start with Ari.
Oh my god. Okay. Hi, I'm Ari. Ari_Adventures. You can find me online here on Fridays. You can also find me live in Seattle. I'll be performing in Theater Sports tomorrow night. And then in December, if you are in the Seattle area, I will be in an immersive show that is to be named. And that's all the information we get right now. In terms of beautiful, amazing things tonight, I really should have been writing things down, and I didn't, because here we are. So I have some things written down, but not all of the things, and there were quite a few in here that I just kind of wanted to call out, including like, so Greg's choice to have Val hug June, like one last hug. That was such a beautiful, powerful, gorgeous moment. And speaking of June, the having Val turn into June in the Mind Place Trooper and being like, "Where is my son?" Right? Not Ruby, June was there,
Mhm.
was just yes. Ari feels really bad about Tarika slapping Val, all things considered. But at the same time, I was like, I had the strongest desire because he said something that made it sound like he hadn't done the murders. Like it
Yep.
was there was something to that effect, and I was like, oh man, Tarika's gonna be real fucking Tarika's. It was just this like, no,
Val
you don't
doesn't
lie to me
remember doing
multiple
any of those
times.
things. Val often dissociates and does not remember doing those things.
Oh, buddy. Oh,
Yeah.
buddy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
buddy.
Yeah. So he's not
Um,
lying as far as he knows because he has dissociated at times.
hell, it doesn't help that he.
Nope.
Well, there's a whole thing. Anyway, I gotta. So, other things that I thought were absolutely amazing. Fox, your choice to have the Harlock reach out to Drinax and be like, "We are here
Yeah.
in peace. This is an ambassador mission." Like, and approaching it from diplomacy was just such a beautiful, beautiful move. And then the way that you like take the time to describe the brooch's fingers and then what the Harlock does with them and embeds it, like just, so good, so good. And then
If the Harlock hadn't done that, it would have been bad. Just for the record. Just for the record.
oh,
Would
It
have
would
been
have been
so
real
bad,
bad.
so bad.
It would real bad.
real
Really,
bad.
really bad.
That I wholeheartedly believe. Yeah, I didn't know what was going to happen, but I just knew after getting that Tarika needed to pull the brooch out. Ooh. And Lindy, there were a couple of moments in here, but like one of my favorites was when Quint turned to Severance and was like, "You want a piggyback?" Like it was just so, it made me so happy, dude. Just beautiful. But then there was like all of the dramatic choices that you were making too, of like touching the viridian and giving that line of sight into like how the actual life cycle flows, right? It's just
Quinn's
so
gonna write
good.
a book now. Like,
Oh
just,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh, you should maybe not publish that book because then other people will be like, "Oh, really?" And then they'll all just strip my Viridian.
Oh, that'd be very bad. But that is.
Well-
Oh, go ahead.
Who says I was gonna publish it as truth? Who says names are gonna be changed? You know.
Are you the author of the
Like a
Crash Jones
fiction?
series? Go on.
Suddenly
wish.
we discover. Anyway, I also chat. Holy cow, chat. You guys are amazing. It is such a delight to see you every single time. You have the best like comments and quotes and thoughts and perspectives, particularly as we were trying to figure out how much of the information evidence needed to go and how it needed to go and what to worry about when we're like sending it over to Lord Rax. You guys rock. It is such a delight to be a part of this community. And I love you so much. And I'm so sorry I have to run. But I bought tickets to a really cool show that's in a
Go.
steam plant. And I'm going to go wander around a steam plant.
Joe
And they
steam
sent a
plant
note that
on.
was like, if you're late, you can't get in. You have to be there 15 minutes early with your car
Well,
in the
then go.
parking lot. And I was like, what? No. So I'm
No.
panicking.
Bye.
But I love you. Bye.
Shoot.
Next up is going to be the Harlock, the most, the foxiest of all the Rockettes, the rockiest of all the foxes. Rockette, who are you? Where can we find you? And please give some love.
Yeah, hello, I am Rocket Fox. I'm pretty much just here on Friday nights right now. I'm also doing tattoos, so if you are in my area, come find me and I will find you and find something on you permanently. Yeah, otherwise, love, so Quint having that moment of, getting real emotional I think was something really special, just because again we don't see that, and I think that really says a lot to the past experience, trauma, the story, and everything just being like, oh, I did help, and
Yeah.
that being such an emotionally evocative moment, and like not just help but like literally world changing,
Yes.
I think is a really big thing to be able to see. For Ari, that email, having written out that email, amazing. Yeah, and The other two, they're not here. I don't have to say anything about that. But no, everybody is phenomenal 100% of the time. Trooper, you create an amazing world every single time, and it is truly a joy to be a part of. And I'm gonna cut it off there because I'm a little nauseous. So
You gotta go.
That's what I've got.
And then we're gonna go to Laugh Love Lindy, who laughs, who loves, who also Lindy's. Tell us,
I do.
who are you? Where can we find you next? And give some love.
Hi, it me, Laugh Love Lindy. You can find me online as such on social medias. How active I am is, questionable at best, especially this past month because I was sick, and then I had to catch up on all the stuff. And now Dragon Age is out, so I'm gonna be lost in the sauce of Veilguard for probably about a week. But I'll be back. You can find me next online at my channel. Normally we do bi-weekly, but we had a little schedule shuffle-roo, so I think we're gonna have a Monday night this week as well instead of week after next. But no Tuesday because I got stuff scheduled. But on a Tuesday nights, alternating normally, you can find me GMing Ghosts of Saltmarsh, where they're totally not on a murder mystery boat cruise. There's totally not going to be murder.
Kind of feel like there is, but okay.
I don't know. Maybe watch and find out. And then my favorite moments from tonight. I liked offering a piggyback ride to Severance and him being like, "Well, if you're offering," like complaining like, "Oh, my feet hurt. I'm tired of walking." I just imagine that entire 7-hour trip through that tunnel was just Severance walking for like 30 minutes and then piggyback riding for like 45. You know what I'm saying?
I imagine it would come up, Severance, my feet really hurt. It would be really great if I didn't have to walk. My feet are just killing me. If somebody would just give me a piggy, that would be really cool. I don't know who I would ask or anything, but...
Someone.
I don't think he was expecting the offer, but was like so ready to take it, which tickled me. Maybe we're gonna be on. Maybe he'll like me more after that. Because again, I imagine being like 30 minutes of walk. Because you don't want to piggyback the whole time because that can be comfortable. So you got to stretch. You got to alternate. So again, 30 minutes of walking, 45 minutes of piggyback, which meant I carried him most of the way, and it's probably gonna be the same thing on the way back. I don't know. I'm probably doing most of the carrying of the.
Well,
thing,
also
so
carrying Viridian.
Yeah, no, he's just gonna be on the back, and then I've got like the Viridian in my robot arm, just carrying it low. Yep.
It's like a little log of Viridian.
And I'd like everyone to know that Quint is 4 years older than the rest of the party. Trooper and I checked everyone's ages, so you're making the oldest person here.
Yeah, but you're fit. Come on, you're fit.
I'm very fit, but it's still kind of hilarious. I'm like, come on, youngins, let's piggyback, let's go. And then his general confusion about things. I just love him so much. Of course, Greg whipping out the laser. I also liked Meta Greg coming out to say things earlier on. That was fun. I loved all the Viridian lore dump we got tonight from Trooper. That was epic.
Been waiting.
And I think. And Quint is going to write a book. It's going to be because, Terra's got some theories on how the universe started, which obviously all started on Terra. Questions about that now. Maybe Terran was the biggest chunk of the Viridian, so it made life first. Sure. So that's my theory.
Sure.
Or everyone else is focused on animals. Soul Body is still maybe first.
Sure.
Quint's gonna have to question some things, but there's this ancient soul money theory called the Big Bang. So I think this is going to be a revised edition of the Big Bang theory, published by a definitely not scientist. And it's going to be probably really laughed at in a lot of circles, but Quint's going to be like, I know it's true. So that's that. I just wanted to throw that out there as far as the book goes.
Also, Quint knows where their mask is, by the way. Quint knows now.
No. That's going to be an issue for next week. And Terika ripping the brooch out. I liked that moment. And then yelling at the slapping of the suit. I could just imagine it was so good. And then the Harlock. with the mental grapple. They're like, oh no,
Oh,
you
yeah.
don't. We're just gonna freeze, freeze frame. I loved it. It brought me joy. Just coming in there with the 15, just slam down, being like, "What are you doing? Just what are you? Come on,
Just
man.
no,
No, not right now.
no.
Not right
Yep.
later. Not right now." I just I
Yep.
love that basically like momming. The mom of the party is the Harlock. And Severance is the dad. I don't know what that makes. Quint, hi, I'm the weird aunt or something. I don't know. I'm the new cousin. I don't know.
Cousin.
We'll figure it out.
You're the cousin
It's
who's
gonna be
brought in
great.
because you're cute, because all the other kids, like in the sitcom, got old and were no longer cute anymore. So you're
Got
like,
old, so they're like, oh, we need a new cousin. We need
cute
someone
cousin.
new. Or the neighbor next door. That might be more accurate, because some people are like, just go. Why are you still here? Just that's me. Thank you so much. I had a blast, and I can't wait for next week.
And I'm troopersjp. I do not get to do myself before I do the tips and bits, and we did get some tips and bits. We got 500 from Hawkeye, KY Hawkeye, who says, "The Tagonists are back. Is Drinax a tree or just a bush? Does it need pruning? Does it need mulch? It does need mulch. Can Terka hit it from behind with GDCO fertilizer sticks? Probably. Does Wesley know how to use a rake? Definitely. He's from a farming planet. Looks like we'll leave it up to them." Absolutely. Thank you for those 500 bits, Hawkeye. And then we just got a last second. Let me just refresh that. I saw it coming in. We got some from Stormbender, who gave us 100 bits and said, "Another awesome episode. Brava and bravo. Thank you." And then also 100 from Willem TW, who is one of our sponsors, who says, "Thanks all. It's been awesome." And I'm Trooper SJP. I'm going to wrap it up so we can go, but I will say this. Next week, we'll be back with more of the Gamblers. I'm very excited. I do not know if we're going to have Ari here next week, because they're going to be at a big conference and we'll just be arriving on that day, so we don't know. But I believe we'll have the full cast for basically, I think, till the end. So I'm super excited about that. And I want to say, I have been waiting for seasons for them to decide to maybe go back to visit Drinax and maybe meet the Viridian being. I didn't know if they would. They might not have ever done so, but I was waiting. I had it all prepped. I was all there. I didn't know if it would happen. But in the interim, I have... what happened tonight is the product of a lot of conversations with this cast over quite a bit of time, talking to Rockette about, right, this connection her family has with these creatures, and like how they work, and thinking about like this sort of connection to their hilt. And then of course, Lindy with the mask and the Cirque du Soleimani. And like each person I've talked to a little bit about these things, and it's helped me sort of like build this sort of amazing sort of world, and thinking about these beings who are in many ways the symbiotic, there are not that many garden worlds in Charter Space, and where there are garden worlds, there's probably a Viridian being, right? And destroying the environment's bad. That's all. I'm just going to say that one of the things we've learned is that ecological destruction is not good for anybody, but there are a lot of responsibilities, and I'm really excited to see what our crew will do from there. But also, I've got a surprise for next week that the cast does not know about, but I do. And they'll just have to find out about it next week. And Quint might have had to go and fight a whole bunch of Viridian stalactites that were sentient and upset, but the Harlock stopped that from happening, so we're pretty good.
Good. I'm so glad I didn't have to fight for... I would have been sad to have to fight Viridian.
Yeah.
Also, I would have felt real bad.
It's just
but
that
I would have
like,
done it.
Yeah, it's just that a torturer was coming, and it was kind of freaked out. You know what I mean? It's just like a,
Yeah. It's amazing how once their torturer left the room, the mood just lightened up and everyone was ugly crying.
It's true.
And
It
gifts.
is
There
true.
were a lot of gifts.
And there was gifts.
There was gifts and there was love once the torturer betrayer left.
Because if
Yep.
Viridian's on the ship, anyone can pour energy into it, right? Because it's on the ship.
That is correct. That is
Cool.
correct.
Love it. It's a group gift.
But the ship will need to become symbolic. Do you know what I mean? It's already pretty
don't
symbolic
worry.
because it is.
It's getting there.
Yeah, it's getting there. It needs to be fixed up, right? It's already sort of
I'm
symbolic because
working
it's the one last hope of Drinax, but that makes it something that everybody's thinking about, which pours the dreams into it.
Mm-hmm.
And I said it's me, Trooper SAP. You can find me boop 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 next Friday here. Actually, next Tuesday I'm going to be in a show that I don't think has been announced yet, but it's going to be on Wandering DM's channel, but it's not announced, so I'm not going to say anything more. But it's gonna be Warhammer. So you should go and watch that on Tuesday, and then we'll be back here for the next episode of The Gamblers, and then there'll be another thing showing up. Oh, it's already been announced. The week after that, Tidal Blades 2 over on the Table Story. I'll be coming back as my little soft boy, golfing fish boy. And that's me. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I want to thank especially Will and TW for being our note taker. And I want to thank all of you who've been watching this. This was a really big, important moment. And I think that everyone will be transformed in some way. And I'm really excited to find out how. So with that, thank you and adieu. And we will catch you all on the flip side. Bye, everybody.